Thank you, Sandy, for sitting down. We ain't ready to start yet. Thank Can we please stand for the national anthem of Barbados? I think we should sing it. And thanks to our guiders, Sandy and Auntie Diana, for leading us in that anthem. You may not have heard. To guide this evening and make it more directive, we will start, of course, with prayer. And I would like to invite my comrade, President of the St. James South Branch, Ms. Tarshal English, to lead us in prayer. Tarshal?
Thank you very much, comrade. Could we all stand as we invite the presence of God? Father, even now we bow before your presence this evening. We give you praise, thanks, and glory, God, for this opportunity that we can come one with each other, God, to hear, God, from your people. We pray in the name of Jesus, my God, that there will be my God, a sound of one voice being voiced forth, my God, in this meeting this evening. Father, we pray against every detractor, my God, or every negative thing, my God, that has been released in the atmosphere, in the earth, my God, against your people, against those who might be here this evening, God. And we pray in the name of Jesus that your Holy Spirit and God, that your blessings in the name of Jesus shall flow forth. Father, even now, I just want to speak over these three ministers, God, and the visiting MP who would be here this evening, my God. MP Sandra Husbands, MP Hinkson, God, MP Simmons, my God. I pray, Father, for your strength over their lives even now in the name of Jesus, that you will touch them from the crowns of their heads. Blessing over their lives. I speak a blessing over their families' lives. use them, my God, in a mighty way in this St. James, my God, whether it is the south, the central, or the north. Father, that every aspect, my God, of our parish of their presence being here. Father, we consecrate and we lift them up to you, my God, for their strength even now. I even pray specifically for minister husbands, even as she would have indicated, my God, that she is not well, but God, she would have forced just to be here this evening. We pray, my God, that your healing touch will touch her from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet, and my God, that at the end of this meeting, my restored in Jesus' mighty name. We pray, my God, for even Minister Strawn who would be here this evening. Father, that you would speak through him, my God, as we discuss issues that may or may not have a reason, my God, from God, the policies set forth from our beloved Prime Minister. We pray, God, as we come together as the riding strong community, my God, of this branch, we pray, Father, that as we unite as constituents, glory be to God, that we will stand together as a collective group in the name of Jesus and support our MPs so that, God, they would understand, my God, that the task that they have at hand, glory be to God, Father, with us assisting them, God, we will be able to ensure that Barbados have a bright future. Father, we're not just thinking about the now, but God, we're speaking and we're believing, my God, that there will be change and transformation, my God, for our children and their children in time to come. So, God, as we sit here this evening, we pray, God, that this entire atmosphere is conducive, my God, for your leading, for your power, and my God, for your work, my God, to go forth in the mighty name of Jesus. We command this atmosphere under your care right now, and we decree and we declare that everything, my God, that shall voice forth from this podium, my God, will be a word directly from you. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen, Tarsha. Amen, indeed. Please be seated. Good evening, comrades, on this blessed Palm Sunday. If you missed service this morning, Tarsha, take them into Jerusalem. Welcome to the third installation of the Labour Party, our sixth outing under the banner St. James Riding Strong. St. James as a community comes together for the annual conference and for our Heroes Day, Founders Day picnic celebrations. There is no boundary that keeps us apart for the common good. We ensure, and most importantly, there's camaraderie. We are St. James, and we welcome all of our neighbors this evening. Today, as we come together, we hope that you happenings and share your views and concerns through the St. James North WhatsApp channel, the branch WhatsApp groups, or the BLP channels. We hope you take a turn in the Women's Month raffle or the Riding Strong raffle, or both, as we reward you for your attendance and raise funds for collaborative efforts such as these. Please, if you missed them when you came in, the vice presidents of St. James North and Central are to the rear. Colette and Christina, they're waiting for you. And the prizes are pretty neat, if I do say so myself. I am St. James North branch and chair of today's pivotal meeting, discussing the budget, which held something for everybody, but undoubtedly spoke to the people of St. James. This evening's forum will offer the opportunity of question and answer, and we will take the opportunity to follow up on some of your queries submitted through our surveys circulated. This evening, we will hear from the 3 MPs of St. James. Disabilities Advocate, the Honorable Edmund Hinkson for St. James North. Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, the Honorable Sandra Husbands from St. James South. And Senior Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, who is on his way, he assured me, the Honorable Kerry Simmons, representative for St. James Central. And last but not at all least, our guest speaker, Comrade Ryan Strawn, the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Finance. This evening's meeting was one of education, some elucidation in case you missed it. Today, our MPs will bring the matters to the fore. These MPs here this evening made meaningful responses to a substantial budget, one that spoke to their continued stewardship and their input to the appropriation bill of 2024. Apparently, if you watch the budget, every single one of them, not enough time. Tonight, we continue the discussion and hope that you will have enough time. Now, Comrade Eddie, we call him Eddie in St. James North. If you're friends with, you heard about a little community meeting in my end of St. James North. Called me about it and all. Sir, let me tell you, it was a little pre-budget souffle of sorts. A muted palaver from the administrative leader of the other side. Not to be confused with the leader of the opposition, I want to make that clear. Who was a very weak force himself last week. They came from early St. James and certainly not St. James North. In attendance. St. James people aren't known to be we are known to be quite industrious. The administrative leader had the audacity to suggest it was the first of its kind, a community meeting for the people of St. James, which is why I had to list our track record at the beginning, that this is not the first time, but if it's the first time for you, we welcome you. And tell people to look out for others, because these meetings does be good. Now, another person who posits themselves as a representative came down into St. James North, sir, and said that there were no capital works going on. Now, if you've had the, or what I like to call St. Peter South, 24 roads have been fixed. Highway 1's mill and pave, drove on it myself, is up to Lower Carrollton. Rock Dundo is on the home stretch towards Gibbs. The new fish market is underway. And we're looking forward to the fire station that was ripped secretly from our grip under the Democratic Labour Party, if you do remember. And we are recommissioning it now as a satellite agency for the Coastal Zone Management Unit, so they could better manage and help us continue to have a beautiful coastline that St. James is known for. St. James North, St. James Central, and indeed, St. James South. And if you had tuned in when Eddie was speaking, you would know that within the plans of that, they're going to have some flood remediation operations put in place for the ordinary people in Trents and the rebates for those who may be affected. It says that St. James Speaks works. It says that the MPs for St. James are true advocates for the people of St. James and the betterment for what we can do and live in. And comrades, there's more. Imagine they posited this fellow from Christchurch, not Ryan, his pesky neighbor, however, that the repurposed Hayman's Sugar Factory was for the upper echelons of Barbados. You could imagine that we in the North, get a brand new, still developing multi-purpose facility from venue to shops and eateries. Opportunities abound for all. And a person could find something so discouraging to say. I mean, when I was there, an ordinary Barbadian myself, of course, supporting an arts and cultural event, supporting young Barbadian comrades, so was the administrative leader of the Democratic Labour Party. Both nights. Hayman's could not possibly be before the common man. I remember my father taking me to Hayman's to get cane. I watched the common man driving the trucks, and the common man take off the cane, and the common man being the engineer. It is only the idea of what Hayman's could be for the people. Also known as the administrative leader, was not alone. But I suppose he did not tell, and he just let his tongue wag. But hadn't been for the meeting in St. Albans Primary School, well, Mr. Yearwood would have been back because there was another night going to be on. But we know the kind of piffle they try weekly, I might add, to detract us from the matters at hand, from the long-term developmental in this Barbados Labour Party is known for long-haul, long-term strategies. They are known to share their malcommunication and clearly show each time their poor use of Google search and Google Maps. Hours of their diatribe in actual response to the budget. My sister asked with the actual reply. I have the notepad here. It is evidence. And tonight I will be using this same yellow notepad with the scroller to write the information that is necessary for them to become informed citizens of Barbados and the work that continues with the Barbados. My beautiful, beautiful MPs who work assiduously to make sure that our rights, our services, and our lives are better. Is in our motto. Better. No. Honorable Ennedi, since they were in our neck of the woods, they felt that they could dare suggest that our advocacy for the disabled community was lackluster. A certain former member left home in St. Philip and came down to St. James North to throw jabs again with only a quick idea that rights and representation was not adequate for the disabled community. Begun to extend the opportunities and understand the diversities of these citizens and offer them financial support that will undoubtedly add to their navigating the world. But, ladies and gentlemen, to set the record straight, or to start, let me welcome to the stage, to the podium, my MP, the Honorable Edmund Hinkson, advocate, champion in the education and empowerment of youth and parents, Comrade Hinkson.
Good afternoon, everyone, comrades all, and my fellow St. James Members of Parliament, Sandra and Kerry. It's always a pleasure platforms with you all. Well, all three of us together since 2013 when Sandra and I ran for the first time. Kerry is a veteran. And, you know, as the caller said, over the last 2 years since elections, we've had these joint enterprises because there's a strength in numbers. And the St. James Fortress must not be breached whenever the next election is called. We welcome, of course, Minister Chad Blackman, the new minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs, the last 2 months. I believe this may be Chad's first meeting in St. James. It certainly is since he has returned to be a minister, a member of the cabinet from the Senate. He was in St. James yesterday as well. The education program that we have every Saturday. Well, yesterday we have job interview preparations next month and actual mock interviews. And Chad, it's great to have you here to support us today. Chad, of course, was our ambassador in Geneva for about 4 years. The director of the International. So we're here to discuss the budget and the surroundings, and a lot has happened politically, of course, over the last 2 months. The other side has said that we are not a caring government. We don't care nothing about you, the people. And that there's a lot of poverty, abject poverty, to use that word, and hardship in Barbados. So we're here my task today is to refute that. I'm going to speak on the people's centrality of this. The caller spoke for me on behalf of St. James North, so she has shortened my speech a bit. But I must tell you that the meeting that the Dems had in St. James North last week, that they called the community meeting, that was the first meeting, believe you me, my God, and you all, that they had in St. James North. That was the first political meeting they had in St. James North for 8 years. Since 2016, the Dems did not have a in St. James North. I don't even know if they had a other than maybe a meeting to select a candidate, the candidate who can get 600 votes in 2018 and in 2022. And the last time they had a meeting in St. James North, it was at Western Community Center. Believe you me, my God. They had 7 human beings, 2 dogs, and 1 cat. To hear Dennis Kelman talk a riffle of foolishness, because it was the country was being so run so badly under the Dems, and investment was leaving Barbados. Sagicor, remember, decided to move the headquarters of their main company to Bermuda. Remember that? And Dennis Kelman went up there to tell Bajans, because Sagicor did that, take your money out of Sagicor. And Dowdridge Miller, who was then head of Sagicor, now the most honorable, got the title last year, Independence, called Frondeau Stewart and said, Mr. Prime Minister, what madness. I remember your cabinet up in St. James talking, and he went on brass tacks, Kelman, the next day and said the same thing. Taxpayers, the people about run this economy into the ground. In the midst of 24 by Standard and Poor's agency and Moody's, Sajiko and public officers of this country know that, and Kelman went in St. James North. So that was, since then, the backlash was so great. It took them 8 years to play there, come up there, people from all over, St. Philip, come up there in St. James North. So don't worry about St. James. It's not nice. Chairman of Committee Phillips. I saw Peter walk through there. Where Peter now? Oh, Pete, welcome. Peter is a major person in our northern campaign. Already, I elected myself, and Peter just confirmed it, as manager of the strategic. So, when Peter told me that, I told Peter, but Peter, I already elected myself. What about the rest? St. James, Central, I don't know. Kerry, I hear a man that, well, he ran against you last time. We can't talk about next time. He could be dismissed in one sentence. Because the General Secretary of the Democratic Labour Party ain't got the time for him. Give him a silent treatment on a video I believe everybody saw for a whole 3 minutes. He there, Mr. General Secretary, the President told the General Secretary of the DLP, who I want to be kind encounter in your life. I want to be kind to him, Kerry. Not the most intelligent, right? Ignore him for a whole 3 minutes. On a video that he sent out, right? His judgment is so bad, he sent out the video. So, the Labour Party has no time for him, don't even want to hear him. And in terms of St. James South now, we don't know a president, the now president, administrative president, run against Sandra. Because you can't be a president of a party without a seat, right? The ultimate in politics is to win a seat in Parliament, right? That Sandra has done twice. That you're going to run in St. John, and I told Charles Griffith up to Wednesday, Charles, I hear about 5 or 6 people want to run against you. If you put all 6 of them together, they can't beat you, so don't worry. So I don't know. Don't worry about St. James South neither. We're going to make sure that stays in the Barbados Labour Party next election. So in terms now of the budget and what it is doing for you, the people of Barbados, directly, police. You know, we always talk about police, nurses, and teachers being disadvantaged sector of the public service. I mean, there are what, 1,500 policemen, roughly. It's about 4,000 or 3,000. Nurses are not so sure working in public service, but there got to be about another 2,500 or something. One of the reasons why the Dems won in 2008 election, you remember, is that they promised teachers a BMW then, without duty, you only pay about 80,000 for it. And it's the public servants that voted out the BLP in 2008. Mainly nurses, a lot, I just named the amount, on this promise that you were going to get duty-free vehicles. Teacher, in the last decade that got any duty-free vehicle? Duty-free vehicle were those, believe you me, there's one that I know in Parliament, who was in Parliament then, that claimed that his vehicle duty-free. Never use it to... So, nurses and police, real benefits. Station sergeants and detectives will receive travel allowances from 1st of April. We're going to establish the post of a senior constable, assist with the opportunities for promotion. We all know policemen who've been constables for 20 years plus, don't get any promotion. Some of them have acted as station sergeants. I mean that all those constables who have station sergeants will become now in a post called senior constable, and get obviously an increase in salary and a promotion. Will get 5 personal days for family matters from right, your family matters got you hot, or some emergency tragedy in your family. We know too that out of COVID, some people suffering a bit more mental pressure. 5 personal days for which you would be paid from 1st of April. Criminal investigations allowance to reflect the serious nature of the work. Persons who are working in crime investigation, police will get a criminal investigation allowance. The establishment of a master teacher position, and I won't go into that because Sandra, I'm sure, may wish to speak on that. But we know that the Prime Minister, from the time she the creation of this special position, master teacher, so that, again, that'll be an avenue for promotion for teachers in secondary schools. And that proposal is from the 1st of September. And again, obviously, master teachers will get an increase in salary on promotion. And the establishment of a teacher service commission during this fiscal year. Again, but successive governments have been talking about this from 1974. That was that Errol Barrow, the right excellent made in years ago. Remember when Barrow went and changed the Constitution, and he got a lot of lashes for it, so that he could appoint judges, for instance, ambassadors. Everybody cussed him, and that's recognized as the start of the decline of the DLP, such that they lost the 76 elections. Well, that Teacher Service Commission was put into the Constitution in 1974. But everybody accepts that it should be. MP Kerry, in about 2015, then Minister of Education, said that he was going to bring it in. So there's no political divide on this as an avenue for teachers to get rightful recognition, separate and distinct from the Public Service Commission. Nurses and teachers will be entitled to a sabbatical after 15 years. 15 years is a long time. You need a little term. You're going to get that after 15 years of continuous service, teachers and nurses to receive a school uniform. Of course, and I've been quoting recently, for those of y'all who attend church a lot more, like St. James South President, attend church obviously a lot more than I do. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 14. Do not curse the deaf. Do not put any stumbling block. So, we are bringing more extensive diagnostic teaching and screening of 1,000 children annually from primary schools, and increasing teacher training for children with special needs and making more extensive use of assistive devices for these children and technologies, and creating, expanding, because they have already individual educational plans, bursaries for can be accommodated within. All of these issues are within the National Disability, or rather approved by the Cabinet, which the National Advisory Committee on the Establishment of, which I had the honor of heading, suggested and put forward to the Ministry of People Empowerment. And then you're getting a 75% tax skills facilities for persons with special needs. So you create a facility, put a school for children with special needs, tax credit, obviously to encourage more people to establish and create these institutions. And a 50% tax credit for centers for gifted children now from the 1st of April as well. So at both extremes, and you know, they're gifted children as well because they're in mainstream schools. 50% tax credit for the creation of special schools for these children. On the case, disabilities, persons with cerebral palsy, advanced multiple sclerosis, autism, and the Prime Minister, as she said, and the opposition leader, the very speech of nonsense. He thought he had what do you call it in baseball? A home run. Somebody wrote him a letter saying that Down syndrome should be included. How the Prime Minister could. He can't care about people with disabilities. And the Prime Minister got a point of elucidation. I got to tell you, the Honourable Member of St. James North already spoke to me on that omission, and I already decided that with disabilities too. You're facing a total of, you get lick out. First over, you stamps lick out. You back in the pavilion. You lost your captain. Boy, I never saw anything like that. And after that, all in decline. So much so that by 2 hours and a half, Sandra Kerry, into the had filled the inner floor of Parliament gallery had left. The only ones who were there, and they had no choice, were the 2 that the opposition leader appointed senators. Well, they couldn't leave. And yet, no, will never run. Even the game up and the left, like people who, rather than drowning, so non-contributory old age pension equivalent to persons with disabilities. 100% of the worth of the non-contributory pension if you're a minor. And this is very, very. Since 1967, when the NIS Act came into force, and the deaf who cannot speak are entitled to that benefit. So you could have the harshest, most severe form of multiple sclerosis, or cerebral palsy, and you can't, as of right, access non-contributory benefits from or disability benefits from the NIS. You have to go before a tribunal and fight your case, and hope that the tribunal tolerant and has empathy and hence give you that benefit. That ain't right. Because As you know, the vast majority of people with disabilities in this country are poor, from poor families. A substantial percentage of the people who live with disability. The older you get, and the more likely it is you're going to get a disability. And we've heard statistics that 1 out of every 4 persons in Barbados are over 60. 1 out of every 5, 1 out of every 5 are over 65. I myself lie in between those two figures. The older you get, the more likely you're going to get Alzheimer's, the more likely you're going to lose your vision, the more likely you're going to become wheelchair bound. So this is an exciting budgetary. I've praised. My phone and WhatsApp was berserk. I spent the first 2 hours of the next morning taking apps. People with disabilities and their caretakers who are traditional Dems calling me, telling me, Eddie, Mia Mottley is the best Prime Minister for people with disabilities Barbados has ever had. And I'm proud to be part of that, to, as she said, be able to lead that cause. Buses for the National Disabilities Unit for people with disabilities. Transportation vision with the promise from the Prime Minister that once additional buses for people with disabilities. Because the days when a person with disability has to pay a taxi, private taxi, $200 to go to the QEH, or the private doctor has to stop. The state has to intervene to make life better for these people. We know that the Transport Board now, the electric buses, the 30 new ones that you Wi-Fi, air condition, you put your feet up, you enjoy the ride, all kind of thing. We know that each of them persons, wheelchair accessibility. And as the Prime Minister reminded, because, you know, Roy Raphael, the head of the public sector vehicles sector, he calls me I believe it was the subject of brass tacks a couple Fridays ago. And they've got a subvention, there's subvention from government that was in some public sector vehicles that are wheelchair accessible too. These vehicles come in free of excise duty, free of customs duty, and free of 2018. So, into budget, because that's what we want to create as a Barbados, where the economic pie. In addition to all of this, there's anybody who establishes or builds elderly care facilities and hospices from the 1st of April, 50% tax credit. I know that Sandra always speaks that she has a population of seniors in her constituency in the middle income economic areas, and they will benefit from that provision, because we all know that now the district hospitals are full and there's no more for going to district hospitals. That's why we're building as well the big, spacious Waterford, the Bell. In addition to all of this, there'll be a minimum wage increase with provision for indexing it so that there's an annual. And we recall that just 2 years ago, the government of Barbados You're getting 3 in 6 years. And I leave it to y'all judgment. I'm not even telling you because y'all are sensitive people as to who cares about you, who don't care about you. And I must say, persons with disabilities. I recently wrote the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Public Works. I said, let's put it in writing, formally, because it was raised by the Most Honorable Kerry-Ann Ifill, who was my Deputy Chairman, on the committee at the start of the month of disabilities, about people, worthless people, I could only call it that, no carers people parking in parking spots that reserved, both in government offices and government buildings and at private facilities for persons with disabilities. And I told Santia in writing, Santia, we got to do something about this though. The fine is only $500. The Democratic Labour Party didn't understand it. Kerry, when they brought the amendment to the Road Traffic Act in 2017 and for the first time made provision for people parking with disabilities and for a fine if you were not a person with disabilities parking in the spot, and the penalty $500. And I told the then Minister of Public Works, this is ridiculous. This fine should be at least $2,000. And they ignored me, even though he publicly said that I told him that it should be more than the 500. So I told Santia, this should go up. I propose him $5,000 because there got to be a deterrent. Santia immediately wrote me back saying her ministry, she already gave the approval for it to her senior minister, her senior management, and for it to come into force. And I expect that there'll be no divide politically on this issue because an independent senator last year this time in the budget debate spent a section of her speech saying that if she will pay some money, she will go around Barbados and haul up and find the people herself because she has a disability a bit too. And the Democratic Labour Party, now the same minister who presented it, he had a disability a few months ago. So he now come to Christian understanding and understands why you need that. Time up?
Yes, it is.
All right. So let me round up. Like I said, the caller has spoken a lot about St. James North, so I don't need to mention the 12 roads that have been done in the last 14 months in St. James North. In fact, 10 in the last 3 months. If somebody had told me on Christmas Day that all these roads would be done by today, I would have told them you need your head examining. But I'm happy and grateful for that. Happy and grateful because as an opposition MP, I was told by a senior minister in the DLP, who at one stage used to act as Prime Minister, Hinkson, we ain't doing nothing for you. Like if it's for me. We ain't doing nothing in St. James North. You can write 1,000,000 letters, we ain't doing nothing. Because we know we can't beat you. So nothing getting done in St. James North. You could understand how it hurt me to hear that many people in St. James North pay taxes like anybody else. So I waited 12 years now for these roads. So I take them with pride and with thanks and gratitude. And the caller would have omitted the buttressing of Roadview, the shoreline in Roadview. The Prime Minister 3 weeks ago signed a $50 million loan with the IADB to buttress our climate resilience on the shorelines and the seas and to protect properties by the shorelines. And about $8 million, I understand, of that going into Roadview to buttress that course. I urge the people in Trench to make sure that they have full property insurance with flood insurance, because Trench, the provision about the 20% rebate in land taxes for persons who live in flood-prone areas that suffer from heavy rainfall and associated damage is made for Trench. So you have to take provision, be in a position to take advantage of that particular provision. And the Zone 1 issue as well. Of course, we now have rationalization of Zone 1. They now have Zones A to F. So therefore, persons in the former Zone 1 areas of St. James North, like the Wim and Aston Hall, and parts of Rockdunda and Upper Carlton, can now apply for indoor toilet facilities for those persons who built houses after 1974. You may have to put in a septic tank, but at least it's now allowed. So these are some of the provisions which we have in the budget, which the government and parliament have passed. I want us to keep focus. Don't mind the other side that just get a little life because they now have a seat in parliament for the first time in 6 years. We keep in focus. We keep in disciplined. We continue to ask for your support. We thank you for it. We can't do it alone. We need you to help us. And we need you to defend our policies against irrational conduct and irrational behavior. I thank you. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Comrade Eddie. We can stay the course. You don't worry about that. And don't worry about the home run. You meant that they were running home. But in the future, we use the cricket analogies. We hit them for 6. And wherever the gully is, I imagine it to be far. I didn't tell them everything, Eddie. I left something for you. I did leave something for you. You added. You took some extra time. I made sure. Thank you. Thank you for your stewardship. Thank you for your lobbying. And taking time in laziness, we got 14 new roads. Our next speaker this evening is the Honorable Sandra Husbands, MP for St. James South, Minister of State in the Ministry of Education. Now, Comrade Sandra, it came from the other side, but they said, don't touch education. You remember that? Fighting words, if there were any from a political side of this island, who swiped the opportunity of tertiary education from still many first-generation Barbadians, plunged them into despair and debt. I watched an institution from the inside, was the academic advisor of many students who were trying to find a way not to leave UE. Some, to this day, have never made it back. I mean, how do you change the terms of contract midstream? You come in under one policy, and somehow in the middle, the policy change, and everything, the apple cart skin up. That's what happened. And it's no surprise, because 1 minute, they're the proponents of free education. The next minute, to a point. A point not of empowerment, but want to keep us down. To keep a narrative that they keep playing year in, year out, 19th, 20th, 21st century, of being the champion of the downtrodden. Those that they have strategically barricaded from upliftment and opportunity. Do you know what our competitive advantage is as an island in the Caribbean? Education, high literacy, talent, ambition. People are our #1 resource. We must always work to harness their full potential, come what may. May I suggest, sirs, with Comrade Sandra at the helm, that education be our next meet to further the discussion of the specialists and the special needs schools and the evolution in the teaching fraternity with master teachers. I recommend former Senator and Principal Alwyn Adams, for those who know, shameless plug, St. James South, and educators Sandy Fields-Kelman and Pamela Small-Williams from St. James North, both leading educators and principals, Andrea King-Patrick from St. James Central, to join on a panel with Colette Appleway, also from St. James Central, to moderate. Do I get an A? Comrade Sandra, you spoke well in response to the need for those technical skills for males, supported by your colleagues who reminded us on the cybersecurity training with job placement opportunities with the National Transformation Initiative, the ongoing thrust towards empowerment through the Give Back program, funding for entrepreneurs, the Youth Trust Loan, the Enterprise Growth Fund, Fund Access, to name a few. Imagine that we, in the red, are the only ones to even read global reports, trends, and follow international recommendations like those from UNCTAD that speaks to social development, to craft a modern-day Barbados to equip our young people to navigate success in a 21st century world from a small island developing state. Comrade Sandra, what you say? Ladies and gentlemen, comrades all, please join me in welcoming the Rose of the St. James, the Honorable Representative for St. James South, Sandra Husbands.
Better? Are you hearing me? All right. Good evening, St. James. All right. I am so pleased to be here with you, and again to have the opportunity to be with my comrades from St. James so that we together will fight for the people of Barbados and to ensure that every person in Barbados gets the opportunity to live their best life. I want to say to you that what drives me as an MP and what drives me as a parliamentarian and as a minister is how can we build stronger and better platforms for our people so they can live their best life. I was a management consultant for a number of years because I'm very passionate about human development. And I recognized that people needed to know how best to manage the life which they have, how best to take the opportunities that are presented to them and turn them into gold for their lives. But the more I engaged our people as I went from firm to firm and situation to situation, not only here but across the Caribbean, one of the things I came to realize is that if the platform on which they are living their lives is not properly structured and functioning, all of their efforts are in vain. And that is why I entered politics. Because we have to make sure that the platform works well and allows people to live their best life. And that is what I will do to my dying day. For St. James South, and for St. James in general, because pretty much a lot of our profiles are fairly close. But one of the things about St. James South is that we have an aged population. There are about 10,900 people in St. James South. And of those, close to 6,000 are over the age of 50. And over 4,000 are over the age of 60. We have an aged constituency. And therefore, there are a number of things that need to be done, and we are in discussion with the various ministries, etc., to dialogue about what are some of the things that we need to do to help our seniors to live better. But let me share a little bit, because I want to really thank the people of St. James South for the honor they give me in taking charge of this constituency and seeking to work and labor with them to move their lives forward. And one of the things that we have tried to do in St. James South is to take care of the varied types of persons and families which we have. Now, one of the things that is of concern to me is the fact that because of COVID, and I'm sure all of you can relate to this, a lot of families are under a lot of stress and strain. And there are a number of people who, in the struggle, don't know how to cope emotionally. And because of that, we are recognizing that there are some people who are not managing as well as we think they should. And so one of the things that we've started in St. James South, we pulled together a number of qualified counselors, and we started doing some training with some of our volunteers. And what we are looking to launch in the month of April is a counseling network for St. James South, so that people, when they feel that they can't make it one more day, that there's someone that they can talk to, someone they can call, someone who will give them a listening ear and give them the counsel. And so that is something that I'm really looking forward to. But the other thing that we recognized was that there was a need to help our families to be able to manage their children, that parents were having a real struggle in their parenting skills. And so what we did last year, and we plan to do it again this year, was to start a parent support seminar to help families learn how do we help our children to live their best life by giving them the skills, the disciplines, giving them the confidence, managing the issues of how do you discipline your child in a way that helps your child to learn but not break his spirit and not hurt his self-esteem. And all of these are important things that are needed. One of the challenges we had was that we needed to start some neighborhood watch groups because we recognized that there was a challenge with crime. And so we've had people working assiduously for the past year in helping us to put together a number of neighborhood watches. We are now up to about 25 in the constituency. And what we're doing is working with the administrators in each of the groups to form part of the network that is able to report quickly and directly to the police anything that happens in St. James South. And the reason why this is important, if you have a lot of elderly people living alone, they become prime targets for people who think they're vulnerable, for people who think this is a soft target, they will not be able to defend themselves. And this is why the neighborhood watch is an important thing that we need to get involved in. And so I'm really pleased with how the administrators are working, and I'm very, very pleased with how the constituents have been responding. Very few people have actually said that they don't want to be a part of that neighborhood watch. We've also started our reading club for our young children to assist them to catch up because they'd lost about 3 years during COVID. And so that neighborhood watch has been important. And then more recently, to the great relief of our constituents and husbands, we were able to get a couple of the roads in there done. I still have to catch Eddie. So we'll be having some close discussions with the Ministry of Transport and Works to ensure that more of the roads happen to make it across here in St. James South. How many of you agree with me on that? There you go. More roads, more roads. But the main thing has been the Prior Park Road. That has been a major, major bugbear. But one of the things that was needed was that you had to actually do, yes, both Kerry and I, that's a boundary road for us. So the two of us have been raising our voices, adding our pressure to try to make sure that the Prior Park Road is addressed. And so in order to do the Prior Park Road, they had to change the pipes because the pipes were broken. People were getting brown water, low pressure. And so they had to change all of the pipes. And that part of the work has been completed. But it left the road a little bit messy, left it very uncomfortable. So we were able to persuade the Ministry of Transport and Works to just come and do a temporary patch because at the moment they are finalizing the costing for doing the road. And we are hoping that in short order, they will actually start the actual reconstruction of that road. That is not a mill and pave, that is a dig up, strengthen, reinforce, and then put that topping on it and give us the icing on the cake. So we are very, very happy about that, and we are definitely looking forward to having our road. Now, I started by telling you that I am passionate about people living their best life, and that in order for that to happen, the platform has to work, and it has to work well. I am part of a party. I am part of a group that takes very seriously how we govern and how we manage the affairs of Barbadians. Because of the amount of work that we need to do, you would have heard during the years that we would have explained and expressed the mess that was left by the Democratic Labour Party. A lot of the things you hear them quarreling about are things that they did not address while they were in government, so that they all now come to us needing to be addressed and needing to be addressed urgently. But I recognize that sometimes people don't quite understand how you are going about it. Most people feel that if that light is not working, the simple thing to do is to buy a fresh bulb and just put it in. Looks easy. But the truth of the fact might be that the wiring, the entire wiring, is faulty and not so much the bulb. And so you have to address a deeper issue before you can produce a permanent result. And that is what I want to talk to you about tonight, in terms of what it is we are doing as a government to make sure that the platform works well for you. Now, Prime Minister started her speech by putting up front, there will be no new taxes. And people were relieved. They were happy. But we found that the Democratic Labour Party fell into an error, because as she shared what was her plan coming down the road to be able to take Barbados forward, they did not make the connection between the announcement of taxes not going to be raised, and they did not make the connection between that and the items that she outlined as the things she was going to do, and how that was connected to making sure that we stop poor people from being poor. They did not make that connection. And so they went up and down this country trying to persuade Barbadians that we did not have an interest in poor people. But tonight, I am here to help knock that lie down. My honorable colleague here started that discussion with you, and I'm going to continue it. The first thing to recognize is that when you raise taxation, you reduce the amount of spending power that an individual has. So here is Barbados, now coming out of COVID, now trying to restore employment. We have a lot of young people that need jobs. We are now faced with high inflation. We're now faced with challenges as to how are we going to provide opportunities for our young people going forward. These are the challenges. We also have, at the community level, people who are challenged in terms of housing. We all know how many people have been waiting on housing, more than 20,000. But that has been made worse because of COVID. When people lost the means to be able to keep paying their rent, they then had to turn and go back home, only to find that there was no room at home, and now they found themselves in a situation where they were going to be on the street. So the question is, how do you fix your platform so that it addresses in a sustainable way those issues? So the first thing is that if your economy is in a sensitive state, you do not further aggravate your situation by increasing taxation. Why? Because people are already struggling. What would have been the impact if you put more taxes? One, people would have had less money to spend, which means your businesses would start to contract. Once they start to contract, they're going to lay off more people. Once you get that happening, government is going to get less revenue, with the end result that they will not be able to produce the services which people want, because you have fewer people who are working. And if companies are contracting, young people can't get jobs. That's the reality of taxation on an economy that's already sensitive. So what did she opt to do? One, we were not going to increase taxes. But then she recognized that you had to manage the conditions of growth. And how are you going to do that? The first thing that she did, if she's going to manage the conditions of growth, the only way an economy can grow is if your businesses are thriving. The only way young people can get jobs is if your businesses are thriving. The only way families can get relief is if there's only one person working and there's 6 people in the house. The best thing that can happen to them is if 3 or 4 more people are able to work. That eases the pressure in the house. And that can only happen if your businesses are able to move upward. So let's look at what she said in the budget that produced that. The first thing was she spent time outlining a number of incentives to stimulate investment. What does that mean? It means that you have to be able to provide the tax credits, you have to be able to provide the incentives that will allow a company to expand and will allow your country to attract new investors to come and start jobs. So what were those tax credits? One, the first tax credit she was able to talk about is the job tax credit. So if you create jobs in your company, then you're going to be able to get a tax credit. If you do research and development, that is, generate new products, new innovations that we can take to market, if you can come and set up research centers here where we're able to do research and develop intellectual property, then you can get a tax credit. And what this is to do is to enable the businesses to be able to put money in key areas and get the benefit by not having to pay as many taxes as they normally would need to. And so that was one of the first things, to modernize the tax system, to change the tax structures, and to give credits in key areas where you're going to be able to get your businesses to expand. The next thing she spoke to is the digitization and the process of re-engineering. Now, what does this mean? We are living in a completely different world. As I was on my way here, the BBC was doing a feature, and they were talking about a guy who was an expert in dream innovation. This is where they use the techniques in AI to influence how a person dreams. So when I was listening to this, I got a little scared. I said, my goodness, but then anybody could put anything into your head and control and influence you. And immediately one of the people on the interview said that how they would use it, you could use it to get somebody to fall in love with you. You could use it to persuade people to buy the new product that you just launched. And immediately that person went to the dark side of the use of dream manipulation. Someone then said, but you can use it to help people overcome their fears. You could use that to help people build confidence and to help them to manage some of the negative things that have happened in their life. And as I listened to that, I said, Lord, we are living in a very different world. And if you listen carefully to the opposition, you will realize that they have not recognized that this is a different world, and it means that everything that we do has to be reformed and renewed. What does that mean? It means, for example, that when we are building our houses, you cannot use the same methodology that you used 20 years ago. Why? Because they need to be climate resilient. You cannot approach agriculture in the same way, because you now need smart agriculture that can cope with changing climate. So how you do agriculture has to be different. So many things. Now that you have all these NCDs, we now need to reformulate our snacks in a way that they're tasty, that people will want them, but will not have the level of sugar and salt in it. It means we have to redo everything. So what does that mean? It means, therefore, that how we are dealing with education must change, because you must now produce a student who is capable of developing the skills and using the skills, the modern skills, to be ready for the investments we are trying to attract. We now have to reformulate how we're going to do business. How are we going to get businesses to move to another level in how they are building out their services, how they're building out their products. And that's one of the reasons why people were given 100% tax credit in the budget for if you introduce technology, if you change out the technology in your business, you could get 100% of a tax credit, because we need all of our businesses to move to a new level. But that is only one part of the program. Yes, you have to make the changes. Why? Because you want to attract investment in the new and exciting areas to be able to be a part of the Barbadian economy. But the other part that must accompany that is that you have to have education transformation. Here's what it means. If we do not have education transformation, Barbados will not be able to be a viable economy. It cannot be viable. You have to re-skill your population. In order to do that, now we have some problems in education. In education, a lot of our children are not interested in learning. They're not excited by learning. And then for many of them, they are in an environment that feels hostile, that makes it difficult to learn. I listened to some parents just yesterday, and when I heard what were some of the challenges their children were facing, it made me realize education transformation is an absolute must, and it absolutely must be brought forward. So what is it we are doing in the Ministry of Education? Now, Eddie shared with you what were some of the incentives we were putting in for teachers. He also shared with you that what we're doing, if you're going to bring up children with a new set of skills, the persons that need to get the new set of skills would have to be their teachers. So they not only have to find a different way of teaching that is attractive to our children, so our children enjoy and engage in education, they also have to learn the new skills that we're asking our children to acquire. So what that has meant for Urdeston Training College is that they have put out an accelerated professional development program, which is to cover every teacher within the system, to be able to take them back into the classroom and teach them a number of things. One of the most important things for them is how to take learning and convert it into play, convert it into projects. And so they have to learn how to do that you don't just go up to the board and talk and write and tell children, repeat after me. Education transformation is saying that we must make learning fun and engaging for our children, but it means we have to retrain our teachers. And so the Urdeston College has built a relationship with the Columbia University from the United States, and they are working hand in hand together to take all of our teachers through a professional development program that will retrain them in how to teach our children. That's one of the most important things. The second thing we're doing in education are the changes that we're making at SJPI and the changes that we're making at the BVTB, the Vocational Training Board, and the changes we're making at the Barbados Community College. And what are some of those changes that we're making? The three entities actually come together to do a fast track program that is going to help our economy to jump up. Now, people started talking about, oh, you haven't diversified the economy. Let me just hasten to add, if you have 5 children and they're all born in different years, your oldest child will still be your oldest child, correct? And they may still be bigger, heavier, and know more than the other 4 children, correct? True? Right. So your last child is not going to be as big as your first child. It's the same thing in an economy. When you start diversifying your economy and you start new sectors, they are not going to be as big as tourism. So to continuously keep talking about, oh, but we still depend on tourism. Of course you still depend on tourism. That's your first child. Your other children now need time to continue to grow so that they begin to add to the economy. And what are some of the things that we've sought to add to the economy? One of the things that we started working on was energy, the energy industry. To be able to help Barbadians not only to have the photovoltaics on their roof, but also to provide opportunities for ordinary Barbadians to invest in commercial level photovoltaics. And so we hit a bump. And what we're trying to do now is to correct the bump by working on providing the battery storage that will then allow the industry of renewable energy to begin to grow and really energize the Barbadian economy. What can we earn from this industry? Well, right now we're probably paying close to 800 million in fuel to fuel our cars and fuel our industries and so on. Through renewable energy, when we're able to transition, that is how much money we are going to save. That is why that industry is so important. Then the other thing that we started looking at was to move back to agriculture and move agriculture to another level. And the Minister of Agriculture was able to report to the Parliament that agriculture had actually grown, that we're actually producing more of our own food. And we're also looking at what we can do for export. So you know there's the Layers project out at Layers that we're looking to do commercial level agriculture. Those are some of the things that we're doing. The other thing that we started looking at was the marijuana project. And again, we bumped up on a challenge, and so we have to address it. But the marijuana cultivation and the production of medicinal cannabis is something that we can earn significantly from. The other area is the digital space. And what we've done in the Ministry of Education is we've started training programs on things like cybersecurity. Now, what we have right now are over 100 people who have gone and have been trained in cybersecurity, and they are now earning over $5,000 a month. $5,000 a month working in cybersecurity. And they went and did 3 months of training. So one of the things we're doing, and if you have people around you who have an interest in IT, we want you to encourage them to come and get involved in cybersecurity. There's also a program in artificial intelligence. Again, another set of young people earning well from an area of their own interest, taking their interest in computers and turning it into useful jobs that they can move forward in their lives. So what was it then that we needed to do at BCC and so on to facilitate the growth in the digital technology and learning? So you would remember just a few weeks ago, we launched the gaming and animation program. And we have some 16 students who have started that program. And they are going to be able to go there and build apps, build games, do all sorts of things and be part of the cutting edge of IT and be able to earn significantly. And what we're seeking to do through that program is to build a global student. That's where we're going. BCC has already developed a relationship with the Delaware State University, and their emphasis is on teaching our young people STEM subjects. Their science, the technology, the engineering, the mathematics, those types of subjects, because that has been a weakness in Barbados for a long time. But if we are going to be a part of the fourth industrial revolution, which is a digital revolution, then we have to encourage our young people to build on their STEM subjects. Now, what has been the problem with STEM subjects? I'll be very honest with you. For a long time, I thought the problem was that I did not know math, that I would never be good at math, and I am allergic to it, and I should avoid it at all costs. It was only when I went to university, I barely passed math. That is the honest truth. I failed it at O level, had to redo it, barely scraped through, and when I hit Cave Hill UE's door, the first thing they told me was an obligatory subject was I had to do Introduction to Maths and Stats. I could have wept. I said they are going to fail me in this class. And I went to the first class. And at the first class, the lady's name was Elizabeth Tempro, a Jamaican woman. I'll never forget her. She says, this is our first class. These are numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are negative numbers, -1, -2. She started from the bottom. And I was able to pass math with a B+ at university level. Because what I learned was that we had people who knew math but could not teach math. And that is what has failed Barbadian children for so long. That's what has fought them for so long. So what are we doing to correct this? BCC, through that relationship with the Delaware State University, is taking a group of young people and teaching them math so that they'll be strong in their STEM subjects. But Urdeston is also going to work with a university to help teach our teachers how to teach those science subjects and those math subjects so that our children can succeed. So there are a lot of amazing things that are going on at the tertiary level of education. And the reason why we are doing that is because every year 4,000 children will sit the 11+. And only 20% of them will pass for the school that they feel good about. We then consign the other 80% to feeling like failures in life at age 11. And so all through their lives, they behave like a failure. And so they end up on the block. They end up without skills. What we are doing with tertiary education, I want you to hear this and hear this well. We are providing a series of subjects that will be put to those children. They will be educated, but it will take into account any difficulties they have with numeracy or literacy, plug the gaps that they bring from school, and then work with them and help them to succeed in the areas that they're most interested in. And this is why technical and technological education is very important in our program of transformation. Close to 70% of the students at UE are women, and that's why women are holding down the managerial and professional jobs. What we did when a study was done, we discovered that the males said, you don't have technical training, we're interested in technical jobs. And that is what this government is doing. We are correcting access to technical education. Technical education will not only be broadened at the tertiary level, it will be introduced at the primary schools, it's going to be introduced into the secondary schools, so that we make sure that our boys are able to find a career that fills them with excitement, that fills them with a sense of purpose, and feel that they can make a living from their technical skills. So this government is committed to our young people. It is committed to every Bajan. We want all of you to live that best life. And we're asking you to stay the course. And we're asking you, let us work together to build a better Barbados.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. James South. I'm going to talk about STEM. It'd be remiss of me not to talk about how STEM supports the orange economy and arts and entertainment and film. Never digress from the arts. The humanities is the bedrock of society. Our guest speaker tonight was undoubtedly one of the main drafters of the budget for 2024, sitting in the Ministry of Finance. Now, if Mike Drott was a person, comrades, this man, with comrades in arms, would be it. It was the most exciting element, I must say, of the budget since the late Sir Richie Haynes, God rest his soul, brought a tin of Hereford to be entered as a document into the House. How many remember the corned beef saga? Our camera tonight from Christchurch East Central rose to set the record straight, and tonight I expect him to continue. He made us further question the untruth spouted from the thorny side. Poor research as usual, or the truth is, you wouldn't have thought that this minute point from a man who sat so long on the right side of red would know what departments, or should I say, how many departments, sit under the Prime Minister's office. But alas and alack, to tell you the truth, until Kerry spoke, of course, the budget was done. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the constituencies of St. James the Honourable Ryan Strachan to deliver poignant but not feature remarks. Ryan, good evening.
Good evening, comrades. I am very happy to be here to share a few thoughts when you spend your time consumed with creating an environment that allows people to see a better life. It is often interesting to hear feedback, and I can assure you that this government will continue to work hard on your behalf. Now, it is interesting that, just to take up on where Sandra left off, because the thing that struck me most about, there were several things, but the very thing that struck me most about the Leader of the Opposition's response to the government's budget was the very direct charge not to touch education. And I think those of you who listened to my response that night would appreciate that there's no circumstance under any rock, any moss, anything in this country that the Democratic Labour Party could come to this country and to say to anybody, don't touch education. And why am I starting here? Why am I starting here? When the Democratic Labour Party introduced those tuition fees in 2013, it had a very devastating impact on the lives of all of our young people. All. Every last one. And if you want to grow an economy, you need your young people to be able to acquire skills, do so quickly in a relatively cost-efficient manner, so that when all of us retire, that there are a set of people who have been trained, have learned from us, been mentored by us, to take over from us. But let me just share something with you, because it's something that I'm not sure that a lot of people fully appreciate. When you introduce the fees at university, where did those people go? Where did those people go? Where did they go? Some were home. But some of them then went to community college. Not a problem. Except that they displaced the people who would normally go to community college. So the people who would normally go to community college, finding themselves now competing with people who should have been at university, then found themselves applying to SJPI. Displacing the people who would normally be at SJPI. Destroying, in a sense, for a lot of people, especially for those who had to drop out, because if you know how communities work, a fella that so-called bright, at any of those institutions will be able to come and tell a fella, listen, come and learn, take up a course, come and do something. But when people who you thought of as being bright, because the parents can't afford to pay to send them to university, they're now sitting in the communities, in a sense reinforcing or contributing to the erosion that education is important for lifting this country. So I want Barbadians to appreciate, and certainly St. James to appreciate, that we must redouble our efforts to capture, support, and to get our young people absolutely focused on not wasting time and leapfrogging the things that, the truth is, some of us as mature senior people, we like to hold on to, but some of the things we got to let go and allow the young people to be able to take charge and take the energy forward. And why is that important? Because we've lost 10 years effectively. 10 years of developing that human capital, the next generation, who will be armed to be able to see this country forward. That, comrades, is important. And therefore, when we speak of education reform, it's not just at the tertiary level. We're talking about ensuring that we can find the right path for a child at 6 or 7 to be able to understand what is it that makes that child tick. And let that child pursue a particular path that allows them to live their absolute best life, not just in Barbados, but globally. Because there are lots of opportunities available globally, and therefore we have to expose our children to that. And therefore we introduce the Youth Advance Score. The Youth Advance Score. To expand what was then the youth service, which when we came into office, I remember in the very first estimates meeting with the Ministry of Youth, the Prime Minister's asked the Youth Affairs Division, how many people did you train last year? They said 77. 77. The Prime Minister said 77? When she was the Minister of Education, back in between 94 and 2001, as it was, Prime Minister said, but we used to train close to 300 people a year. How do you mean you trained 77 last year? At a time when all of us canvassed this country and saw in every community hundreds of young people who had no opportunity available to them. So we started that program as a mechanism to be able to train up to 2,000 people a year. A year. Now COVID came along and had a little hiccup, but we're back on track now to make sure that we can have the first cohort, the 1,000 in the first year, and now we're moving now to the 1,000 in the second year to get the program rolling, moving forward. And it is important to understand that whilst we are focusing on those who are still in school, there are those who have left school that most of us, some of us, we know of these people. We know these young people. These young people must now be brought in if we are going to grow this economy. And therefore the area training, the construction gateway training, the cybersecurity training, these are but a few opportunities that we've brought on stream, in addition to all the other things, whether you get a little pick at a hotel, done with you, Kerry, agriculture, manufacturing, the traditional things, as Sandra indicated, but there are other areas too. And this government wants to expose people to as many of those areas as possible, because the truth is, in this world today, there's some basic skills that everybody's going to need to have going forward. And if we don't change the way we are teaching in our schools, then we will be failing the very young people, our own children, because they will not be prepared for the world that will exist when they leave school. So, how you mean don't touch education? That is the most backward thing that I've heard emanating from the Democratic Liberal Party, and there's been a lot. There's been a lot. You have to make the changes now. As a matter of fact, the changes should have been made 20 years ago. 20 years ago. When the public service were introducing computers, literally, in the early 2000s, remember the Y2K? Remember the Y2K thing when it was a big thing? That is when we should have been making the changes in education. And to her credit, the Honorable Prime Minister, with the EduTech program, started, but the Democratic Labour Party had no interest in them things. They had no interest in developing people. So, comrades, I want you to tell everybody in the community near and far about the opportunities that this government continues to make available. And it's okay, you try a thing, ain't for you, try something else. But try something. Try something. Because we must make sure that everybody is as comfortable as they can be in a world that is not going to guarantee Barbados success, furthermore, any of us individually. And the world is becoming much more hostile, much more nationalistic. And as a small country, we are still friends of all and satellites of none. And we must navigate that minefield. And it is a minefield. Kerry can attest to that as our foreign minister. It is a minefield. Because the things that we would like to do and say, depending on the timing of when it is said, could have consequences on all of us at a macro level as well as a micro level in our communities. And therefore, navigating that is important, because the Barbados Labour Party is not going to go out there wild and do things. We are quite measured to make sure that we can push and advocate for the things that small island developing states like Barbados require. And we do it without fear, because at the end of the day, you got to be fairly clear that being on the right side of history will redound to the benefit of Barbados. So this education thing cannot be a shackle. Next year is going to be 400 years since the modern settlement of Barbados. 400 years. And if we don't come to a full appreciation that we must now unleash the full talents of all of our young people, the full talents, we got to change this thing. We got to change it fast. We really, really, really do. And I know that Sandra and Kay, supported by all of you, that we now must make this difference. Now, I'm going to pivot quite quickly and speak very briefly on taxation, very briefly. But the two are related. Education and taxation. Related. Now, I'm conscious that I'm standing in Queen's College. And we're having a meeting here in a public school. Now, the hall is reasonably well kept. Tomorrow, teachers and students will come here, just like teachers and students will go to every school in this country. And therefore, we must appreciate that the investment in building social capital. I am only here because somebody paid for me to go to Wesley Hall and Cormier, and then UWI. That's the only, as a matter of fact, Mr. Simmons, people of your generation, Diane, Sandy, people of your generation work to make sure that people like me could benefit from all that Barbados has to offer. And I know today there is no amount of taxes that I could possibly pay that could cover that investment that Barbados made in people like me. So you don't hear me talk about taxation, you know. I always focus on what is it that government is providing. And yes, there are services that need to be improved. We all know that. But if we do not understand that one, the teachers got to get paid. The staff at the schools got to get paid. The ancillary staff, the support staff, the upkeep of the school plant. And of course, all of us know that not all the schools were certainly built at the same time. They require a revolving set of funds to maintain them, and we've been having some challenges that we have started to address, are addressing. And therefore, what do we do? What do we do? You can't fix schools, you can't fix polyclinics, you can't fix the post offices, you can't fix the police stations, you can't do all of these things unless there is something called tax revenue rolling through. So when I heard the leader of the opposition say that the Prime Minister's office budget should be cut in half, you hear, it should be cut in half. He said that explicitly, without understanding that as we are in this hall today, there's something called collective services. The Barbados Defense Force is one of those entities that forms what we call collective services. The police is a collective service. The fire service is a collective service. You can't opt out. You can't decide that you're going to opt out of the protection that the police service provides or the general collective service that the fire service provides. These are basic things that all of us as Bajans, we all benefit from. So when you can say that the budget should just be cut in half, you got a half a soldier, you have like a half a policeman, you will like, because you got to understand that where that kind of thinking starts, it spreads. You can't get a half a fire truck. You can't get a half an immigration officer or a half a customs officer. Because these are some of the state agencies that protect all of us. All of us. So we must be very careful when we have this discussion about taxation and service. So back to education. I don't view education as expenditure. It is social investment. Social investment. And Barbados must continue that social investment, but we now got to change how we're doing that investment. Because we've had an education system that for a while is pretty much Victorian, you know. It was designed for a Queen Victorian era to produce civil servants. That was really what it was intended to do. And therefore, there's nothing wrong with being a civil servant. Let me make that clear. But understand, this is now 2024. I believe Queen Victoria died in 1896 or something like that. So a whole century gone. The whole century gone. And then some. And we still have a very Victorian model of education. My grandmother, rest her soul, like many grandmothers and grandfathers in this country, Left school at 14 because there wasn't nobody to pay for her at the time to go past 7th standard. And my grandmother is one of the brightest people that I know. And this country lost a lot of capacity because of the structure. And don't get me wrong, we've made progress. But we now need to ramp up that process, that progress. Let it loose. Let it loose. By being able to find the modality to ensure that we allow our children to thrive. Not survive, thrive. Survival is a basic human thing, but we got to ensure that our children thrive. And that, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, comes from us not just enhancing what we're doing in terms of education, but changing the way that we are doing that investment. I know Sandy is long in the tooth in terms of what is needed to be done in education in this country. And we must all be honest with ourselves. We really must. We really, really must. And as much as I'm going to celebrate Cormier winning the sports tomorrow morning with the rest of my colleagues, I'm just saying to you, I had to put it in. I had to put it in. But I'm saying to you, we do that conscious that it is that kind of exposure, that kind of leadership that we now must ensure that all of our children experience, so that no matter where you go to school in this country, when you leave school, you must have a certain sense of pride and affiliation with that institution. Because whether we like it or not, we make most of our friends at school, if not all. You understand? Lifelong friends. You'll pick up a few along the way, but your real friends, your real friends are the people you meet at school. And the camaraderie of mixing, competing, is what we now need to ensure that Barbadians understand that we must compete in this world. And we must work with whoever we have to work with in order to enhance our competitiveness. And therefore, that we must now unleash because there's no turning back. And I want to say something here, ladies and gentlemen, because I heard the honorable member, the leader of the opposition, say on several occasions that he has a right to be wrong. Now, Barbados, we have all seen and felt and smelled when the Democratic Labour Party gets it wrong. This country cannot afford, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, for anybody to get it wrong. We really can't. And that is not to say that any of us are gods and that mistakes will not be made. But I don't start it with the premise saying that I got a right to be wrong. If I'm doing something along the way and I realize, oh shoot, I forget something, well let me pause, correct it, and move ahead. But I ain't starting out by saying, well, I know you can be wrong, so let me go along. That don't make no sense, because that impacts people's lives. People's lives. A doctor don't start out the surgery saying he know he can be wrong. You want to go to read? If you go to a lawyer and the lawyer says, but I can be wrong, and you end up in prison, you're going to that lawyer? You agree? So why would you put your future, the country's future, in someone who has this comfort with wanting to be wrong? And at every step of the way we've seen that he's been wrong every time. And it's something that you must understand, that there's a difference between politics and telling lies. There's a difference. There's a difference. Because he said 3 times in his speech, 3 times. 3 times that the government ain't pay NIS for the ASH workers. He said so 3 times in his speech. 3 times. 3 times. Now, thought I responded to that, but of course, you will still hear these things. But all of the people in the ASH program, all, receive the unemployment benefits, all. They also went and engaged in the Construction Gateway program, because when we took the decision that we needed to bring the program to an end, we ensured that there was a transition. A transition. The Democrat Labour Party don't know what them things, you know. They may just cut off people. Cut off. High and dry. Transition. Some of them working in construction now. Some of them in the either the AI or the cybersecurity program. Some got jobs because they were able to go and find opportunities. Because the government made a deliberate decision that we would prioritize their access to the Construction Gateway program, because they worked hard for the 2 years, and we needed to make sure that they were able to move into a different direction. That is what this government did. So when you listen budget, our focus was on growth. And I'm telling you, without a shadow of a doubt, growth will come when we get our young people sufficiently engaged, because too many of them today are still not at their potential. Some got jobs, but they're not the right jobs for them. Because, as I said, who ain't drop out from school had to go and make do with something, so therefore you're kind of in a holding pattern. And therefore, in order to change that, the programs that we've introduced will help to accelerate that. So, yes, the capital works projects will come on stream. That is what Sandra referred to as the big brother, the traditional type approach to being able to get growth. But these are the programs that don't require significant expenditure. They're sufficiently mobile that you work from home. For a company in Canada, a company in Europe, a company in China, wherever the company is, from Little Barbados. So we take in the welcome stamp model, because remember all the people that come in here during COVID to work from Barbados, because Barbados was relatively COVID-free in 2020. All them people come here and was working from Barbados, and some of them still working from Barbados, even though the pandemic has subsided. That is the model now for us to get Barbadians to understand that they too can work from home, earn foreign exchange, pay taxes, and everybody good. Now, in the past, you refer to it as brain drain, because most of them people would have left and go and do the same jobs wherever the jobs are. So we kind of doing a reverse of that, which is good, because it means they stay here, they spend here, they contribute to the tax here, and therefore it allows us then to be able to continue to upgrade the services in health, upgrade the services in education, upgrade the terms and conditions for the police and others who are required to protect all of us when we go to bed when the night comes. You have to do those things. And therefore growth is at the center of what we've done, because having restructured the debt in 2018, we had to go through a stabilization period. Stabilization period. COVID notwithstanding, those first 3-4 years was really about stabilizing the public finances. And we have done that. Stabilize the public finances. Now, the next phase is unleashing growth. And whether you are retired and you want to come and give back a 2 or 3 day, well, come and give back the 2 or 3 days, because that's growth too. You understand? So everybody could get a piece of the action, so to speak, because you could get growth the easy way and say, well, let me just focus on tourism and the traditional thing, but that can only get you so far. That can only get you so far, because whilst there are strong linkages with the rest of the economy, as Sandra so ably put it, that's the big brother. And therefore you need to make sure that the other siblings in the family, the other sectors of the economy, that they too can grow. And therefore, the stuff that we're doing in agriculture with Guyana and Suriname, we're doing the tissue culture lab, we're doing for clean planting material. There's a food terminal that's been established here as well for investment to deal with processing. There will be opportunities. As a matter of fact, right now, there are many young people actually who are using the food science center that the BIDC has at Newton, which allows anybody who is in the business of food science. So you're making stuff. You don't have to invest in the equipment and trying to find where you can get this equipment from to go and do what you have to do. You come up with your recipe and you go and punch it in the computer. You get the raw materials and they're able to produce up to 10, if it's pepper sauce that you're making, they could give you 10,000 bottles of pepper sauce in an hour. In an hour. Labeled and ready for export. If it's sauce, barbecue sauce, whatever it is, they can do it. So that for anybody in Barbados, I don't want to say young person, anybody in Barbados who's involved in that type of business can go to the Food Science Center, access the investment that government has put in there, and you have your market overseas. So all you're doing is putting in your recipe, production is done, and straight into the box, into the container, to wherever you want to send it. And that is why we said that we wanted to make sure that these opportunities come live to people. Because we have a lot of people. There's a program called Buy From Bulk here. I don't know if any of you ever saw it on CBC. And you see the number of young people generally, involved in all kinds of activities. Each one of those people with the kind of standards that they have, and given that we've now done the SPS, the sanitary and phytosanitary legislation, which is the standards, because one of the things that often prevents our products from getting in the market is that the people say, we know that your things meet the standard. Whether it's the label or whatever the thing is, come up with some frivolous excuse to stop the little Bajan product from getting in. So the whole point of investing in that facility, which is soon to be HACCP compliant, which is the global standard, will allow us to be able to get past those frivolous excuses for not getting our products into the market. And that will bring growth to this economy, opening opportunities for a lot of people in this economy right now. And so that is something that we are very proud to be able to continue and promote and to invest in. Because the more of those people participate in that, that means they can hire a few more people in the business, 2 or 3, 4, 5, maybe up to 10 people in that business. And if each of those businesses do that, then all of a sudden the economy starts taking over. And therefore, we don't just look at the big things, because the leader of the opposition said he's looking at the capital, he wants to see another central bank. He wants to see something big. He wants to see something big. As if building monuments is going to deliver something for the ordinary person. He wants to see something big and grand, of grandeur. But whilst he's there, we are focused on the very things that are going to allow people to generate wealth, pass it on to the families. Kerry started the financial literacy, I think, when he was Minister of Energy and Business, to support the other side of it, because when people grow these businesses now, we got to make sure that they and their families understand that this thing now must be carried on, because too many black businesses in this country fail because there was no succession plan. So we don't want that every generation coming to the crease got to start with a fresh guard. You got to come to the crease knowing that my father or my uncle or whoever it is, I taking over this business and they taking it to a new level. And that is how you create generational wealth that will overlap. And that is then how you start thriving in the economy, not surviving, thriving in the economy. And so I know that the Democratic Party don't understand such concepts because they're looking for something to point to, an object. Whereas the Barbados Labour Party dealing with people at every level. At every level. Now, I'll speak on this before I wrap up my remarks because there's so much that I could talk about here, and when they start asking me to talk in Parliament, they tell me that I talk too long. They tell me so all the time. But Eddie raised this earlier, and I want to make this abundantly clear. As robust, as strong as any economy may be, and trust me, the economy is a much better place today than it was when we came into office, COVID notwithstanding, it is in a better place. And it is no doubt that there's still some people that are still feeling the impacts of COVID, and that is also true. But an economy or society, as the Dems would like to say, is only as good as how you treat the most vulnerable amongst you. Yeah? So any conversation about taxation has to be placed in that perspective as well. And when Eddie when he made his contribution, he made it clear that there were only a very few instances two instances actually, where persons could have access to non-contributory pension. And you pretty much had to beg when you apply to the NAS tribunal, for the most part. I mean, they're following the law, so they ain't doing nothing wicked. They're following the law. And if you know anything about public servants, they can follow the law. So we made a determination that, and mind you, this has been probably about 4 or 5 years, well, 4 years for sure. We've been contemplating doing this because the original intent was, as we did with the Covenant of Hope. You remember when we launched the Covenant of Hope at Solidarity House, and we made that statement very clear that we wanted to make sure that those who are most vulnerable can be looked after. But obviously COVID intervened and we had to pause. And therefore, from October, with the broadening of those conditions to access the non-contributory pension, I can say to you that there are many families in this country who, and including mine, my son is autistic, but there are many families in this country who will benefit considerably, because the very things that are required to support persons with disabilities, it takes a toll on families. And those who may have persons in the family, children in the family, with disabilities, it is even harder. I remember a few years ago, my son was at school, and there was a family with 3 children at the same school who were autistic. Now, it is important that we appreciate that there's really no amount of money that you can give a parent with a child with disabilities that could ever be valuable. I think you understand what I'm saying. And so when we focus on the rancor, the back and forth of the politics, we got to understand that at the end of the day, all of us were elected to ensure that we can bring not just relief, but we can make things easier. And so our focus has always been, how do we target those people who will need it most? Because in a tight fiscal situation, you can't open up everything to everybody. And as we know in our communities growing up, there's always a set of people that you know you have to look after in your community. That's no different in this case. And so we took the decision that the time was right now to be able to do that expansion, because for everything that's happened to all of us, to every one of us, those persons certainly with children with disabilities, will find it more difficult. More difficult. And therefore, part of the reason that I'm speaking in this way is because oftentimes people may pay lip service to what people go through because they don't quite fully appreciate what it means to have a child with a disability. And the government certainly has had a long set of engagement through Eddie in working with the Council for the Disabled to be able to tease out what is it that we can do. And whilst this is a start, we couldn't wait until the legislation comes, but when the legislation comes for the person with disabilities, it will be embedded there too. And so we will make the changes now so that by October, things will start to take effect. And if we could have done it sooner, we would have done it sooner. But the reality of it is that you have, as a society, as responsible citizens, to ensure that the people amongst us who are most vulnerable can have some protection. Now, a few weeks ago, I think in early January, we did a resolution in Parliament to vest property at the garrison for the Autism Association, which will support generally the teaching of life skills for people with disabilities. And we will continue to work in that vein, and I encourage all of you to support said things, because it's important that as we talk about growth and inclusive growth and all of these things at the macro level, that we understand that there are a set of people amongst us for whom this thing will never have any consciousness. And therefore, our success has to be demonstrated by how we treat to their needs, and therefore understanding and appreciating that a government and a country who wants to ensure that every single citizen can have as robust an opportunity to do what they can, that we must support that in whatever way that we can. So I am happy to be here this evening to say that this is a process that is ongoing, and we will continue to work to make sure that those persons with disabilities, no matter what it is, that they too can have the dignity and respect that they so deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Ryan. I wish to introduce and welcome the Honorable Kerry Simmons for St. James Central. He tapped on his watch, and I will tap on my watch and remind him that though he made a lovely pronouncement in Parliament that brought you all here, that he will be speaking at this branch meeting, and it should not be missed. He does not have unlimited time, but we all sit eagerly at the edge of our seats, sir, for you to continue your response to the budget, continue your discussion on stewardship, and as the old people would say, be the night watchman of tonight's innings. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kerry Simmons.
A blessed good evening to all of you. In fact, let me rephrase that. A blessed Palm Sunday evening to all of you. I don't think we recognize that yet this evening, so it is very important that we do that. Pardon? And that means that we all have to be on our best behavior. And I'm pleased to begin by recognizing my very good friend from the constituency of Christchurch East Central. Have put aside his Combamere celebrations this weekend, having celebrated not one but 2 victories, to come here with us this evening. And also, let me also recognize Eddie and Sandra for the excellent speeches that they have given this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, please support them appropriately. Now, I want to begin by saying to you that I took the time after receiving a WhatsApp today of the newly coined, newly minted leader of the opposition standing on a truck, I believe yesterday, and addressing a smattering of people who were gathered around him. And what he said provoked me to go for pen and paper, because I do not want to misquote him about what he said in Bridgetown yesterday. I quote, "I took the action further to the decision that I had made a long time ago." He then went on a little bit later to say, "Yes, I had made that decision a long time ago. I only recently took the steps." Now, the decision he's talking about is to leave the Barbados Labour Party. And I want to begin this evening by saying that I feel now that our friend Brother Thorne owes it to the country to tell us when he took this decision. Because a long time ago could mean anything. And it must not, to be fair to you, Ralph, be something that each and anybody could interpret how they like. If you're going to say now that you took the decision, and I quote him, "I took the action further to the decision that I had made a long time ago." Well, let me begin. It was only 2 years ago that we had a general election in this country. I don't consider that to be a long time. And it raises the specter in my mind, as I am sure in yours, as to whether it could be remotely possible that a man could, under the umbrella of the Barbados Labour Party, pledge to the people of Christchurch South support for the party's policies, programs, values, ideology, and leadership. But in the back part of his mind at the same time that he had taken a decision to part company with that party and use that party to get to Parliament. I would want to imagine that that could not be the case. But for me to be sure, and for you to be sure, we need to understand what Brother Thorne means by "I took this decision a long time ago." And I do not know how long is long, because I know that there have been, since we had an election, 2 annual conferences. And I would imagine that if your concern with the Barbados Labour Party was one of party policy, that you would take your concern about party policy to the highest decision-making body of the Barbados Labour Party under its constitution. Edmund Hinkson is to my left. He's one of His Majesty's Council. or senior council. How do you come past 2 annual conferences and nobody in this room can recall Brother Thorne standing up in one of them saying, "These are the fundamental difficulties in policy that I have with the Barbados Labour Party"? I pause for one of you to tell me that I am wrong. Has not been there is what I hear. And I want him to tell me what he means by "he took this decision a long time ago," because I know that the lady whom he consistently describes as a tyrant, consistently accuses of being a dictator, has done that which no other prime minister in Barbados' history has done. She has gone without any intervention from any source to sit down in front of anybody in any parish of this country doing parish speaks. Parish after parish after parish every year for the last how many ever years? Every month. In fact, I believe next week we're going to St. Thomas. Every blessed month. And I would have thought that when we come to Christchurch, if you had a problem of a parochial nature as an MP, I have been to Parish Speaks, Eddie has been to Parish Speaks, Sandra has been to Parish Speaks. People raise questions, we give answers, we raise questions, the Prime Minister give answers. I do not recall ever a concern on the part of the MP for Christchurch South, who said he took this decision a long time ago, extending the courtesy to the people of the parish or the constituency of saying, here I am, these are the relevant considerations that are in the back part of my mind, stopping me from sleeping when the night come, making me think that I should part company with this government and the party. Do you recall it? Never happened. And I know that since that time, there have been at least 2 budgets, not through Ryan Strong, and at least 2 estimates exercises, at which the dictator, so-called, this is the third, but this one don't count because he's where he is now. He wasn't where he is then. I know what he's talking about. I am not one of them that jump up and down in the yard in George Street and bring out the top band and walk up. I understand why that happened, because theirs is an existential crisis. That's just a fancy way of saying you're fighting for your life. Existential crisis. And for them, 61 electoral exercises have taken place in Barbados since they last won a seat. 61 times you had an election in a constituency in Barbados. Not one seat in the judgment of the people of this country went to them. They have stumbled across a way of finding a person in Parliament. Now, you had 2 estimates exercises and 2 budgets. And in none of them do I recall this disgruntled person who had taken a decision a long time ago, standing up and saying to the country on a matter of principle that I, as an elected member of Parliament, have this particular challenge. Do you recall it? Y'all were in the house. So I begin to wonder now if we are not dealing with someone who is unwell. I say that in all seriousness. And you must not ascribe to malice those things that are described best by sickness or by ignorance. I would hate to think that this country is being toyed with. I do not know why you would say that you have made this decision a long time ago, but have a colleague, a comrade at arms, sit down right next to you in Parliament and say to you, Skipper, you're a senior lawyer about this place, and I hold you in high esteem. They say some things about me and they charge me. And I believe that I should be defended to the best of your ability, because that which they charge me for could cause me to face life imprisonment under the law of Barbados. But if you made a decision a long time ago, how could you in good conscience allow a whisper of rumor to go out there and not disassociate yourself with the suggestion that you stand in defense of your colleague and comrade at arms? Who could do that? And I feel that Brother Thorne needs to explain to us so that we do not think ill of him about what this long time ago means. I go further because I believe equally that when you sit in the house among colleagues, and I saw him drawing up next to Sandra 2 weeks before he went long about the business. Breaking bread. Breaking bread. What could have been going on in the heart and in the head if you had made the decision a long time ago? And I start there, comrades and friends, because I am asking us to ask the question of him. What are you confessing about yourself? What manner of man does this? What manner of man says these things about himself? Trust me, I am a man of integrity. I'm a man of honor. I'm an honorable member. I made the decision a long time ago. But look at all the things that I have done or not done since then. And there's something about that that tells me that the Democratic Labour Party is alive and was alive in Mr. Thorne, even though he was not in them formally. There's something about an institution that takes on the image of the people who are in the institution. Institutions take on a character of their own. And, you know, you saw an excellent example of this back in 1986 or thereabouts, when former Prime Minister Bernard St. John would have brought a budget to the Parliament of Barbados as Minister of Finance, and he would have indicated that he felt the economy could carry $10,000 tax-free. And as a man of principle, he said, well, this is where, as far as I feel I could go as Minister of Finance. The other institution, the Democratic Labour Party, practiced the form of recklessness that you heard Ryan Strachan talk about just now. It is institutional, it is part of the DNA. And the recklessness was, I can back raise brie. Again, I get 15,000 tax-free. Even though the finance minister said, listen, apply caution. This is a matter that requires great prudence because you give away all that money tax-free. It has a consequence for the revenue of the country. It has a consequence for the revenue of the country and some other things that come up after that, because if you have the revenue loss in an economy like 1986 Barbados, where the major employer was government, you also have a consequence about government's ability to continue to employ people. If you let go all of that spending money one time, it sounds real good and exciting. It captures the people's imagination. But what happens in small economies like ours? Everybody goes and spends it on consumer durables. Back then, everybody want a microwave, them now come out. Everybody want washing machine, them now come out. Everybody want a fridge with 2 doors, that now come out. Buy up, buy up, buy up. Lick it out. Drink, drink, somebody will pay. Not true? And by 1987, a year later, Barr had taken back economic planning from Richie Haynes. But they had won, no, Richie continued to be Minister of Finance. They had won the government 24-3. That was the motivation. That was the motivation. Sweeten the pot, 15,000 tax-free. When the government 24-3 start to backpedal, when Barr said, look, this need a little course correction, because I ain't quite sure I see where this is going, but then he missing dead. 2 years later, Sandyford and Haynes had it out, because Sandyford was Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and said, I cannot continue on this course of action. And Richie said, it will work itself out. He get vexed and went long, but he business formed the NDP. 1989. But by then, where were we? Revenue loss, unemployment sky high, inflation soaring, and a hemorrhage of foreign exchange. Sounds familiar? So that they had 3 weeks of import cover. Sounds familiar? The dollar compromised and in danger of devaluation. Sound familiar? Recklessness. Recklessness. That is the DNA. Why make it up? That is the history. And by 1990, crisis in the country. Now, I want to say to you, comrades and friends, that I enjoyed listening to Ryan because he carried you straight to the heart of this problem. The new leader of the Democratic Labour Party, and let's be very political about this because there's a political process now. This gentleman has assumed political leadership of the only mainstream opposing party in Barbados. He sits in a chair that was once occupied by Errol Walton Barra. He sits in a chair that was once occupied by Sir Lloyd Sandiford. No, Sandiford was never leader of the opposition. He sits in a chair that was certainly occupied by David Thompson. It is of that magnitude. And he goes to the Parliament of Barbados, as Ryan told you, in a demonstration of absolute lack of thought and complete recklessness. A deeply unfortunate statement. Oh, the Prime Minister budget office, the PM office budget has in $189 million, and he deliberately and wickedly characterized it as money that she will use to fly out and live a bigger life, but never once disclosed to the public of Barbados that that budget is the budget that includes the way in which we pay the Barbados Defense Force. Never once disclosed to the people of Barbados that same $189 million is the way in which we keep the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. functioning. And what does the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. do? It is the major entity in this country for developing tourism-related aspects of this economy. From Spikestown and the physical infrastructure work you see being done in Spikestown, in Whole Town, when I had to help with all the flooding in this, not this, because this south, in my constituency, I was a young MP, had to go in the police station and help policemen put sandbags to keep out the water. The whole thing flood out. Everybody in St. James knows it is not an untrue to say that prior to the work done by this administration, Whole Town would flood even when it dry because of the fact that the water coming down from St. Andrew where the rain falling. That's a fact. Work done by the BTII in Ralph Torn constituency in St. Lawrence Gap when we had to go there in Worthing Beach. And what did we remove from Worthing Beach? We thought we had cleaned up all, but Ralph took some to Parliament. And then, in his constituency again at Oistins, no, these things are vulgar and deeply beneath the standard that I expect of that man. In Oistins, all the work done, every time you go in there and maintain the beer garden, where the money come from, restaurant? And this man will say, oh, cut the budget in half. But what is he telling the folks at Oistins Beer Garden? That which they already know, I suspect. See less of him and vote more against him. But it ain't done there. We are talking about Urban Development Commission. The budget of urban and the budget of rural are both contained in that $189 million. And what does urban and rural do for you? It enables me as Member of Parliament to be able to have fixed 4 or 5 houses up in Redmond Village that get licked down by Hurricane Elsa when it passed through here. It enables me, Eddie and Sandra, as well, Eddie for sure, you rule too, Sandra? Yes, they got to do house repairs when people need a well. You understand it? When people need a well. The MP don't jerk his hand in the pocket and go and find a couple $1,000s for the well to be dug. When people want to move from a pit toilet environment to having a bathroom facility with running water. Put on a ramp on the side of the house for the elderly and the disabled. That is what that is for. And most fundamentally, this is why I tell you there is a bankruptcy in the Democratic Labour Party. A bankruptcy tonight. Most fundamentally, transferring title especially in urban Barbados, so that those people who have been tenants all their lives are able to become landowners, and the associated legal work and so on covered and paid for out of that same $189 million that is voted. And wickedly, because I assume that if it is in writing and that he can read, unless the sickness that I suspect and fear is more acute. I say nothing about that work. Now, folks, I believe, therefore, that it is very important, as I say, for us to hope for the best, because you don't want, if it is anything other than malice, it is deeply unfortunate. And if it is malice, it is highly unforgivable and unsatisfactory. I want to go further. The Prime Minister, her budget was essentially about growth, and you heard Ryan this evening. I want to go a little bit further and a little bit deeper. Because if Brother Thorne was paying any attention at all, and that is why these meetings are so important, and I will lay claim to blame and accept my share, as indeed must all of us, because we should have been holding more of these more frequently, but that mistake will not be made again. The Prime Minister, as recently as the first quarter of last year, went and addressed the Barbados Chamber of Commerce and outlined the fact that historically we have been, irrespective of who was the Prime Minister of Barbados, limping along quite contentedly, batting evenly, pushing the ball off the square, running a quick 2 or 3%. 2 or 3% growth. That has been the historical pattern when the Dems were able to achieve any growth under Barrow, when we achieved growth under Tom Adams, when we did it under Owen Arthur. I've left out Sandyford for obvious reasons. When we did it, it has under St. John, 2 and 3%. Not true, Ryan? Prime Ministers are invited us to lift our gaze, and say that we can get to 4 and 5% growth, as she said in the budget, but that there's some work we have to do. And she told this to the Chamber of Commerce. And she made the point to them that investment in this country by business people is on average around $975 million every year. But that there's no reason why we cannot get, then that's roughly 10% of GDP. But no reason why we cannot get to 2 billion or closer to 20% of gross domestic product. But that we got to do some serious things. She didn't satisfied there. She went and had a meeting with the social partnership and told them the same thing. And in having that discussion, she has been big enough and mature enough to recognize that there's some issues regarding climate that we got to face and fix, because the coastal erosion for low-lying coastal communities like those here in St. James can be a hell of a burden for us to carry. She has been big enough to recognize that one of the major issues we have to do is reinvest in our water resources in this country, because you can't have a country in which 8 parishes in a year are experiencing an absence of running water to people's pipes. 8 out of 11 last year. And made worse by the drought that we had last year, which was the worst drought of a 30-year period. For the first 5 or 6 months last year, we were at 50% of what we would normally have over 30 years of rainfall. That bad. Now, all of that could not have been said, and Ralph Thorne not know. But his reply suggested abject ignorance, a complete misunderstanding of that which was the purpose of the budget itself. The budget is about motivating private enterprise in particular to play its part and to invest its money, not sit down in a bank, not be kept overseas in somebody's account, but to bring it back here and reinvest in Barbados and in Barbados' growth and Barbados' development. Is there anything difficult to understand about that? Not a word from any of them who who pose as commentators from inside the Democratic Labour Party. And what are some of the things that we have to do, friends? One of the first things we got to do is to realize how far we are running from behind. I have come to the point now where I've been around this long enough. I don't no longer write speeches. I listen to them and pivot off of what they say. And Eddie talked about education. Sandra talked about education. Ryan talked about education. Let me tell you a little bit about education. We are running behind. Straight talk. And you need to know, I'm sure you know, Sandy, that in England, 2014, in the United Kingdom, 2014, they made compulsory, hear me, compulsory, you know what I mean? You must do it. Compulsory for 5-year-old children and up, training in something called coding. Now, what is coding? This here, this works off of coding. You write applications. You design and write applications. So when I open this up, all of this here, these are apps. And you got them on your phone too. But they believe that from 5 years old, that new level of literacy must be being imbued in their children, and they have been doing that from the year 2014. I sat here this evening and heard Sandra say that they have 16 children who are in a program now, and that is commendable. And we have had these little snippets of effort, but the people that they got to compete against, they are the ones in England, the ones in the United States who are also compulsorily doing it under their 7-year-old to the university program. Compulsory. Tell me who got grandchildren here that bring home coding on an evening as part of the homework. But they must compete in a world where digital language, digital technology, digital jobs, ladies and gentlemen, digital jobs. When I travel abroad and I see a fast food restaurant with a robotic arm and a car being served by the robot, not like here at KFC or Chefette or any of them, so where somebody inside there handing you the food, because that job has disappeared in many parts of continental United States. It's a fact. Cities now are being run by the technology so that the bus service, when you see, I was in Ireland doing some business on behalf of this government. We are about to open a new embassy in Ireland. And across from the place where I stood was a bus stop. And I marveled at this bus stop. I've never seen anything like it. Your bus will arrive in 10 minutes. Your bus will arrive in 5 minutes. Your bus is scheduled to be here in a minute. The service is disrupted because of difficulties en route. You will be rescheduled for another hour. All of that is being heard and said, written on a screen for every user of public transport in Ireland. Tell me where in Barbados you see anything so. A completely different world is out there. And we have a leader of the Democratic Labour Party purporting to be a party that can take us into the future. Bankrupt of ideas. The first budget reply that I have ever witnessed where it made no connection whatsoever to policy to lift this country and take it to the future was that disaster that was inflicted on the people of Barbados. And those nincompoops who are so drained of political opportunity and thirsty for notice in George Street, jumping up and down, oh God, you hear what he say, you hear what he say? As though he said something. As though he said something. It was slightly short of disgraceful. And then, no, I am very serious about this. all that Ryan tell you about growth, all that I've just told you about growth, but it has to be anchored somewhere. It must be anchored in the building of a new economy. The reply was entirely silent on the economy of the future. All that it talked about in large measure was what happened years and years ago. You know that this letter that he made this big noise about in White Oak, that is an issue that took place within the first 4 days of the government of 2018, as far back as that. As far back as that. When I was sworn in, Eddie, you were sworn in on the same day in 2018 in Bay Street. I received a message. I had not even taken the oath of office, but it had been announced that I am tourism minister. I received a message sitting on the platform. Minister, we are reaching out to you to let you know that a LEAC plane has lost an engine and that the cost of repairs are going to be in excess of $1.5 million. There is no money to facilitate this. We didn't get swearing yet. And those issues regarding LEAC, the same White Oak had to come in and help pitch in, to help carry this government so that we could keep that airline in the air. Within a week of being tourism minister, I was told by the people who own the Concord Experience, I think it's Garden Enterprises, plug pull. No money had been put in there. Air conditioning units not repaired. Plane leaning, listening to the side. British Airways complaining that they would like to take it back if they could. Who had to step in? And even to this day, we've fixed so many things, but that's still on the list to do. None of these people are not serious people. Not serious people. I tell you about Worthing Beach just now. No, they're not serious people. You drove along the south coast of Barbados, you drive along it today, and you are seeing a strip of nylon that is really the envy of all of us because, as Sandra said, we would love some of that nylon there in Prior Park and in Bagatelle. Don't laugh, Ryan Strong. I feel very strongly about it. I ain't going to behave like how Ralph would behave, you know. Break up and go along and get on and thing, but there must be equity. I share the view. I mean, Eddie, I'm glad for you, but 11? My God. Anyhow, but it's a different thing. Because again, I must be fair. The entire West Coast was done during the life of the last administration, just before 2022. So it was done in 2021. The entire West Coast, stripped down in front of the sea. But I want to say to you folks that no, we have to be very serious about where we are going in this regard. One of the beauties of this budget was its developmental opportunity for this country. And a budget can't do every single thing. There's some questions that we can take later on and so on, and I happen to know a few of them because it was done electronically again. And I know a lot of people are concerned about having to still pay some bills with respect to pensioners in particular, concerns that pensioners still have to carry some burdens. And we accept that, but you can't solve every single problem in one budget. The good news is that this budget was one which imposed no new financial pressure. So you're able then to continue on the savings trail. But I want to make the point, and it is vital that we understand where we're going. The Prime Minister has offered a 100% tax credit to companies that are coming in here and using the artificial intelligence and using robotics and taking us to a digitalized economy. Why is that important? All of you want cheaper goods in the supermarket. All of you want to be able to know that prices that are incurred because of bureaucracy are not passed on to you to have to pay for. And what is the bureaucracy that you're carrying? Ryan Strong will tell you that if you are going to be an importer in Barbados bringing things into this country, you've got to go through customs first of all. They're going to take up the time and they're going to take up some money. Then you're going to go through the Department of Commerce. They're going to take up some more time too, and regulations. Depending on what you're bringing in, you have to go through plant quarantine because of the sanitary and phytosanitary things and that's just a fancy way of saying those things which touch and concern your health. Those issues have to be treated too. Depending on what you're bringing in, you've got to go through the police or the defense force. Depending on what you bring in, you've got to go through environmental protection. There are actually 26 touch points. And if you're an exporter, it is even worse. The exporters who haven't done all that they have to do then got to run from point A to point B because this regulatory requirement and this next regulatory requirement must be met. But I can't get to this office in time because that office closes at 3 o'clock and another one closes at 4. So I get to the one that closed at 4, one that closed at 3, when it is 4, and the time I come back the next day. All of that running around takes place in Barbados, let's be real. And who pays for it? You. So we have to have an electronic single window where everything can be done real time in one place. In one place. On your tablet screen. And that you can interface with the government department and the government department can interface with you. So it doesn't mean that you crisscross the island up and down, backward and forward. That's what we're doing. But it was not a problem, no. That was a problem that was mapped out as a solution when I was serving in Owen Arthur's cabinet. 10 lost years of Democratic Labour Party misrule. I go further. When that gentleman to my left, Edmund Hinkson, became Minister of Immigration, he and I worked together to transform arrival at the airport. Not one of you now can come through that airport and not go in front of the chaos that Eddie and I put there. And that transforms the speed. Do you know you go through there now 2 or 3 times faster than it used to before? When I was tourism minister in the first few months, there were lines going all the way back out to the aircraft. People spent 2 and 3 hours waiting after they get off a plane. Done with that. Eddie acting on his own this time. What was it? It wasn't you. Was it you? I'm talking about the job, the police certificates of character. The police certificates of character. Until we put them online, they had people waiting 6 months for a police certificate of character though. And the digitization of this economy is called GovTech, government technology. But this is part of what this government is rolling out. And it ain't nothing new. It is new for us because there was nothing done in that wilderness called Democratic Labour Party misrule. A lot of pettifogging politicians. Let me say it slowly. Let me say it slowly so you do not feel I said that which you may think I said. Pettifogging. F-O-G-G-I-N-G. P-E-T-T-I. Pettifogging. It means that you are disposed towards minutiae. Minute details, little trivia foolishness like what you heard Torn with the other night, but not substance of policy. Vacant on substance of policy, absent when needed there. And I go further. What are we talking about now? We're talking about you having the right to own your medical records electronically. That you go in the hospital and take sick, God forbid. The admission is made easier because your medical records are accessed immediately by the people on admission. Okay, this is Brother Pilgrim. And Brother Pilgrim had some issues with diabetes. He has some problems with high blood pressure at the same time. And we have to factor these things into the equation as part of the admission process. Go on the computer, it's all there. It enables you as a patient to directly interface with your doctors. And the doctor interface with you. It enables us as a government to make sure that that which we all know has been happening in the hospital, that things that you budget for disappear. Pharmaceutical things that were there or you thought were there are no longer there. And you don't know where it has gone, disappear into thin air. But that you have no electronic means of making sure that you can do the audits and so on in real time and not files this thick. Anybody who has an injury and has to bring a medical case, a legal case, medical legal action against the hospital can tell you the torture the pain of waiting and waiting, and then hear the shout, oh, the file disappear, notes disappear. Can we continue in 2024 to have that, Barbados? And this is what the Democratic Labour Party has not even connected with, not even struck a glancing blow. A whole 5 hours of drivel, but a fundamental transformation that will anchor you into a new economy. And what about this matter of concessions? I ain't going much further. I can end here. You know this thing about concessions? When I was a comparative youngster to how I am now, Owen Seymour Arthur once handed me an Article 4 report. It was dated 2011, I believe. Speak subject to correction, but sometime around there. And the Article 4 report was warning that the government of Barbados needs to be very careful about the amount of concessions that we grant. And back then, the IMF was warning about concessions that amount to roughly $400 million a year. Back then. But what are these concessions for? All of us in the Caribbean are caught in a race to the bottom. And this is why now politics must be seriously analyzed and, yes, intellectualized. I was around when David John Howard Thompson cursed Clyde Maskell and told him he over-intellectualizes politics. I do not know what part of the world you could exist in and not apply your brain to political policy. If you fail to apply your brain to analysis of political policy, you end up with saying foolishness that you would cut half the Prime Minister's office budget and end up not being able to maintain the defense force, having to shut down urban, having to shut down rural or half of it, and on and on and on. Send on the public service, all of that. So, we are at a point now where we are trying to deal with this question of concessions. But it's a race to the bottom that the Caribbean has found itself caught up in. Because given our structure of our economies, everybody wants the tourism dollar. And the major investor in all of the countries is tourism investment, primarily. And every investor has now worked out that you come and you sit down and you negotiate. I would bring in a 5-star hotel. And my 5-star hotel will employ 200 people. But I need some concessions. I don't want to have to pay too much taxes. I would like a tax holiday. I would like to know that the vehicles and so on don't have to pay duty at the port. I would like to know that, and you go on and on and on. And all of us, because we want the investment, find ourselves trying to accommodate. But you know what happens when you do that? You begin to run the risk of your major source of investment being the sector that is paying the least amount of revenue to the government. And then how does the Minister of Finance, sitting down next to you there, well, the junior Minister of Finance, find a way to do all the things that the Democratic Labour Party tell you that you should be able to do? Keep on everybody. Shield everybody from cost of living increases. Fix every road. Where's the money to come from? So it is a very serious issue. Now, it had to be rationalized. As I tell you, it was first drawn to my attention, and I have made it my business to continue to read upon it since that gentleman of blessed memory drew it to my attention back in 2010, 2011. And I will say this to you. What Ryan and Mia have now done is to take us into a whole new game. Because you're putting a ceiling on this of $1 million in any given year. How much is it, right? 100 million? Yeah. 200 million. Ceiling in any given year. How you apply that, you apply that. But why is it necessary for us to rationalize this? Because it ain't no longer about $400 million a year. That number has now gone. In fact, I have it here with me. Bear with me, because I am not going to tell anybody any untruths. 2020, 585 million. 2021, 613 million. And that was in COVID. 2022, 784 million. You see where you are when you come out of COVID. 2023, 802 million. We have doubled the level of concessions that we had when the IMF was warning us back in 2010 and 2011. 10 years later or 13 years later, we have doubled the problem and not corrected. No, government cannot only be about telling people what they want to hear. It must be about governing and taking decisive action in the interest of the greater good of a community of people who must live tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. That is why I say that there's an institutional difference between the Dems and us. You heard Ralph Thorne tell people what he feels they want to hear. Just as Richie Haynes did. And then you have a Bernard St. John who tell you that don't make too much sense because there will be consequences, and there were. And you have a Mia Motley and a Ryan Strong who tell you, listen, this thing has to be rationalized and made sense of. And folks, we have to fix this because when last we had a runaway part of the sector, the major player in the tourism sector, come down here, he found people broke. And as Spar said, when you catch them broke, you can get it all for nothing. And what he walked away with, he passed away to the great beyond, but the legacy lives on. A tax holiday for 25 years, zero duty, zero levies to pay on all furniture, all plants and shrubbery. You understand that all of the little flower stores and people who are doing gardening and things, small businesses in Barbados, not one of them could have benefited. All vehicles, all boats and watercraft. If that was replicated, that you would be able to bring in, every hotel could bring in all the boats and watercraft free of duty, what would it do to our coast here on this West Coast? And the men who make a living, and the men who make a living in water sports. What would it do, Ralph Thorne, to Charles in your constituency in St. Lawrence Gap, who has been a leading water sports operator in Barbados for over 20 years? What would it do to him? But not a word about these fundamental things that government has faced and sought to fix at long last. And when that tax holiday for that particular property is over in 25 years, you know what they get? At the end of that, they get another 15 years. At 1/2 of all the applicable duties that will be relevant at the end of the 25 years. Now you tell me, can your Barbados and mine continue to live in that context? Or does at some stage some responsible government have to step in and scotch the nonsense? Who is going to put a cap on it? They didn't. In fact, they created it. And it has fallen to us to rectify and put something sensible in place. God bless you, Brother Strong. God bless you. He's a little sleepy. I think he's been overly, you got to get a little rest. You can't jump up and walk up behind Cormier winning two or three races all weekend long. But the point is, friends, that we have now seen up close the horror story that can unfold if we don't get serious as a political party about that which is taking place in George Street. There are a band of desperados, and any number can play. And it is for us to stand in the breach in defense of the interests of the people of Barbados. That I commit myself to do. Good night, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, we promised at the beginning that there would be an opportunity for you to ask any questions on any matter that you didn't get an answer on during the presentations this evening. There is a mic. It's being brought forward in the middle of the auditorium. We give each of you 2 minutes to ask your questions. Now, we had some questions coming in. Some persons got the survey. So we can mix between them, or we will go straight. So if you have any questions, please indicate by raise of hand and come to the podium. All right, gentleman in the red shirt. 2 minutes. I told them 2 minutes. Quick question, no intro.
Getting any? Oh, can you hear me? Okay. All right. My name is John Cumberbatch. I want to say good night to those on the panel, and thanks for having this tonight. You said that the budget that the Prime Minister gave was about unleashing opportunities, that it was about unleashing investment in Barbados. And this is where I want to come in tonight to ask my questions. Now, usually when I hear about investment for Barbados, what I picture in my mind is a white man with a briefcase full of money coming to invest in Barbados. Okay? And the reason that I say that is because it's what I have known since I was a very young boy. It seems as though those who are of a different hue than me are the ones who usually can benefit from what is going on in Barbados. And that we open doors to those people, and that people like me who do investments, right, cannot benefit, and even as a young man. Now, let me get into why I'm saying this. Over the last 3 years, I have been one of the people who now is stuck at trying to get on the grid. Okay?
Try to get.
On the grid. Okay? I invested in a PV project. Okay? Not only did I invest in it, but I took my land, I took my money, I went and borrowed money in order to be a part of the renewable energy infrastructure of Barbados that was supposed to be very safe. Not only did I do that, I brought in all of the equipment myself, and I dug 686 holes and put them in the ground. I brought in over 8 containers of equipment, okay? Only to make that type of investment in my country after being told that, you know what, this is a reasonably safe situation. And at that point, it really was. But after putting down the system myself and employing Bajans to help me do so, right, what happened was that I was then stuck at trying to get a transformer for 18 months. Now, you could say to me that that might have been just luck of the draw. But at the same time, I was sitting down and watching other persons being able to get on the grid and being able to generate revenue. Meanwhile, my investment sat in a situation where I was unable to get on the grid because of the transformer. When the transformer became available, then Barbados Light and Power told me that I would not be able to get on the grid because the space that they had for me was one, and I can show you the letter, which it was not kept. Okay? So in other words, I wasn't given any preferential treatment, even though the monies were paid 18 months hence.
All right.
So you could understand the situation that I'm facing. I decided to continue going forward, and I did go forward. This is after paying all of the subcontractors, all of the people that I had employed, you know, only to now have to go and face a financial situation with the bank where you're burning through moratoriums, right, and not being able to generate any revenue from a situation that really and truly was totally outside of your control, right? Now, y'all talk about young people not wanting to do things, and y'all talk about an environment for investing. But how in God's name is this hue that I carry that is so risk adverse, and you don't have any young men really and truly willing to take up Barbados and take on the opportunities that are available, because once they do so, they are grind in the ground. This is the environment that we're in, okay? Let me carry on with the story.
No, sir, 2 minutes.
No.
2 minutes.
I
The
can
question
finish
was
up.
2 minutes. Is
I
the
can finish
question
up.
how we can
No.
how we can get you on the grid?
Let me just finish up what I'm saying. I'll finish it very quickly, right?
2 minutes, sir.
Because this goes to a lot of different things that are happening right now. But here's the questions, right?
All right.
Is it possible, Mr. Strong, the first thing that needs to happen is for loans that have been identified as loans that are non-performing at the central bank, can a provision be made so that we relook at those loans for people who find themselves in this situation? Because this is $60 million of investment and people are really hurting, right? The second thing I want to ask is, I don't know how much PV government had. I know what Barbados Light and Power did was that they cut back on their generation so that other persons would be able to get on the grid. I don't know how much PV government had, but is it possible that maybe a scaling back of the PV that government owns can be scaled back so that persons who have gone and made investment would be able to get on the grid? I don't know how possible that is, right? And thirdly, is there any facility at all that can be made for persons who have invested $60 million that are now on the sidelines waiting for storage because Barbados does not have a clean energy transition rider in place for storage after we knew that the grid would have needed storage over 3 years ago?
Okay.
So these are questions.
Minister Strawn?
Good evening, Mr. Combach, it was? Is it him? Yeah. Mr. Combach? Yes. So I'm very sorry to hear of that experience because we have been confronted with what has been a complex and evolving process as it relates to renewable energy. But let me come to the questions. So in relation to the relief that you said that you would like to be able to see put in place, we will have to look to see whether or not we have a number of guarantee schemes that is operated through our central bank. So I think there may be an opportunity to look at the quantum of the loans that are stranded, not necessarily distressed, but stranded because of the connection, to see whether or not we can do an intervention that allows for that guarantee to apply, given the lack of connectivity in relation to the grid. So I'm very sorry to hear of that specific experience. And just bear in mind that like you, when we made the deliberate policy intervention to ensure that ordinary people can participate within renewable energy, it was a genuine policy intervention. And I can only say to you that given the nature, I'm not sure of the location, but the answer to your next question in relation to whether government can dial back and let others in is really dependent on the location of the facilities in order to actually get access to the grid in that way. So I unless we have a specific facility in an area that allows us to be able to do that, then I wouldn't be able to answer that in that way because it really is location driven.
Right.
For example, in the Warrens Green Hill area, the grid is totally full within that space, so even households now can't get on in that specific area. So it would depend on the location to see what's the size and whether or not it's something that we could do.
What about bridging facilities as far as loans are concerned?
Right, so that's why I said earlier that we will have to look at the guarantee schemes that we have in place already to see whether or not it's applicable in relation to that. So, as I said, we have to look at it and see whether or not it's there or come up with a different mechanism to facilitate that. But I generally can't tell you that right now, but we will look to see whether or not the existing schemes that we have, which are in a sense export driven, and given that this is intended to reduce the monies that we spend on foreign exchange, then that too is a kind of export service in that respect.
Yeah, it definitely isn't good.
You had a third.
The three were a facility that would help, a bridging facility that would help with loans.
Right. So
you spoke
as I
about
said,
enhanced credit guarantee fund, right?
We'll look at the guarantee schemes that we do have, and the quantum in relation to these specific loans that are stranded,
we will
in order to see what we can do in respect of that. Can you tell me though the location But just
the
by
location,
chance?
I would prefer not to
Okay.
to die in a public forum.
Okay, we can
But
talk.
I can speak to you privately after.
But just bear in mind that
It really is.
with the yes, you did say. So we've had some challenges with respect to the determination of a couple of things. One, in relation to Light and Power being able to get a license, right? But I believe that has been settled now, and to the extent that the tariffs in relation to those that are set by FTC, it's taken too long to have those determined. So we did have some regulatory challenges in terms of getting those resolved. I believe they are now settled, and therefore the investment from Light and Power, as well as investment from others, should be able to move forward relatively easily. But of course, the battery storage is still a key factor until the upgrade of the grid is done in order to make sure then that it can happen.
Just quickly, what is happening here on the back end that you guys don't realize is that when loans go into this type of thing, then what you get is that you get predators. What you get is that you get predators coming in who understand what the situation is surrounding solar, and those who would try to monopolize it, sir. You understand? No. So what you have is a situation where those who have, you know, they can come and now take over a situation completely. And what it does is that it push out the smaller person who want to be able to benefit from it as well, because what you found is a situation that you didn't create. You know?
As I said, sir, we'll look at the schemes that we do have and see how we can apply it in relation to those stranded loans.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. I do believe there was a question in relation to pensioners, which was, why was the pensioners not given a raise in these hard economic times? So let me remind everybody that from January, two things. From January 1st of this year, the tax allowance for pensioners increased to $45,000. And from April 1st, when the public servants receive their second 3% increase, government pensioners will receive a 2% increase from April 1st, and I suspect the national insurance will follow suit thereafter. So that was already in train, and therefore it didn't need to announce it because it was already being done, and therefore that should help. I hope that answers the question that the person asked. But you're right, we should have said it again.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Felicia Innes, St. James South. You and I share something in common. I am a parent of a child with a disability, or I was. And I want to say thank you for the changes that have come about. My daughter would have been 40 years this year, and I have been involved with disability for all of her life. The thing I want to ask with regard to the adolescents now getting half of the non-contributory pension, a lot of those persons get a welfare grant at this time. How do we decide whether they continue with the welfare grant? Are we going to stop the welfare grant? How do we decide how we go forward with making the decision that they will now benefit from half of the non-contributory pension?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, the welfare grant is generally less than that amount.
So will they get both? Or how do you phase out the persons that get the welfare grant and just let them get the half of the non-contributory pension, or do they continue to get the welfare grant and the half of the pension?
Well, you remember that the welfare grant was usually given in the instance of they will do a means test of sorts and provide that. this is no longer a means-tested scenario. It is, you have the disability, and the benefit is defined in the law. Defined in the law. Okay? Defined in the law. So there will be instances before where either persons will choose not to apply or not. And therefore, all we're saying is that right now, this is the benefit that will be given in relation to that.
I understand that, but my thing is, I don't know if you're understanding what I'm trying to ask.
I know.
If we've decided that with one fell swoop, you're a minor with a disability, your family is entitled to half of the non-contributory pension. That is said in the budget. That is what it is. Do we go through the welfare system and subtract these people from the welfare system, or do they still benefit with the half of the non-contributory pension and the welfare grant?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. The benefit is now entirely based on the disability, and it will be paid through the national insurance. It will be paid through the national insurance to the family.
So the welfare grant stops?
Yes.
So what's the phasing out period like?
It starts on October 1st.
So until that time, those that are on
you continue as normal.
Also, I'm not saying that there's not a need for...
Oh, and by the way, you would recall that ever so often, the welfare department would cut people off because they're doing a review of your circumstance.
But
sorry, go ahead.
I don't think the welfare cuts people off. Welfare is a cycle.
No, I'm not saying. I chose the wrong language. As they're doing their review, they would normally suspend, and therefore it causes, sometimes it's a month or maybe 6 weeks before it starts again.
But you, as a person getting the welfare grant, you are, I think it's a 13-week cycle. And you are usually reminded that your cycle is coming to an end and you need to make contact with the welfare department.
Right.
Once you don't make the contact, it stops. So isn't that you are cut off? It is up to you, the beneficiary, to go to indicate to the welfare department, my child is still alive, my disabled person is still alive. So isn't that welfare just shuts you off?
Right.
It is that you are supposed to renew your cycle.
So all I'm saying to you, ma'am, is as a family, you don't have to experience that anymore. The process will be done in a way that allows you not to have to do that. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand you.
So you don't need every 13 weeks, every 26 weeks or anything to be able to remind anybody that you have a child with a disability. I'm not sure, am I?
I understand you.
So I know you've gotten accustomed to that.
I understand you clearly.
But people are often busy doing what they have to do, and therefore we're removing that additional requirement in order to make sure that you can, and in any event, it's going to be indexed and made higher in any event than what is currently there.
Next thing, I heard you speak to persons being awarded some sort of help if they set up a facility or a school for persons with special needs.
Yes.
From where I sit, and I'm very actively involved with the disabled, trust me. You may not know me. Mr. Hinkson knows me very well, and a lot of people know me very well. My thing is, I don't think we need more schools. I think we need to get the ones, whether they're private or public, get them properly structured. I think that the persons that work in private special ed, they do it from here. A lot of them may not have as many qualifications as teachers in government special ed, but I can say to you that I know that they do it from here. Their salaries are ridiculous. And my thinking is, rather than asking persons to come forward and create new facilities, I got to think about buildings, trust me. I don't like a lot of buildings. I like us to work with what we have, get them working correctly. I can name you all these special needs private schools in Barbados that need help. And just let me say this, I am the chairman of the Monitoring Rights Committee set up by your cabinet that is preparing the report for the United Nations on Disability.
Thanks very much, ma'am. So just to add to what you're saying, as government is conducting education reform, generally speaking, the reform not just of typical pedagogy, but certainly as it relates to programming for special needs, will also be revamped. Now, at the same time, as I had mentioned earlier, we do have to upgrade all of our educational facilities. All we've said specifically in this instance is that we will provide a tax credit to focus very squarely on for facilities that are for special needs, so that it allows government to have the works done and to have them financed in a way that accelerates our ability to be able to do that. And so therefore it's just a mechanism to have people come in and work with government to be able to improve the facilities for persons with special needs. So the government is working on the other stuff, but this is an area that we've said we want to prioritize, and therefore we've given the tax incentive to help us deliver on that specifically. But the reality is that we still have to do everything. Okay? Yes?
Okay, good evening, panel. I'm Sandy Field Kelman, an educator.
Yeah.
St. James North.
Sorry, Sandy. Before you continue. The NAS contributory pension as well was increased by 4.5% January 1st of this year. So, as I said, things are, you know when the Prime Minister said normal service is resuming, it's in train. Okay? Sorry.
2 minutes, Sandy.
Okay, first I want to compliment Mr. Hinkson on giving us velvet roads in Mullins and Roadview. Velvet roads. It really is, I mean, heartwarming. I also want to compliment Sandra Husbands on the strategic trajectory that she went down on transformation and education. My question, and I want to compliment Felicia on what she said, it is a labor of love for people like us who teach. And
1 minute.
No, 1 minute, because you're running to cut my time. All right, I want to first of all say that my concern is transformation, reform. I sit on that committee. We have not had any meetings since last year. I do agree with Sandra with the AI, the STEM, digital, numeracy, financial, etc., etc., etc. My concern is, because I homeschool, and we homeschool over 150 children, teachers that I have, we homeschool, and that has increased because of a lot of faults in the educational system, and I don't make any apologies about that. My concern is that, yes, we're going with transformation, but the bottom of all of this is the honing of the child. The soft skills, the human element, the emotional intelligence, all of that. All those things are great, but we have to go back to basics, even if that child does STEM and be a great agriculturist, etc. And my concern, because I sit on that committee and now the literacy task force, I want to see, or I want to hear, how are they going to deal with that baby? Okay, a lot of children have anger. Lots of our children have anger. Lots. Okay, and a lot of it comes from being illiterate. Okay, and to go on to what Felicia said about the schools, my concern about that is, one of the schools that was supposed to be bought was the school I went to at the Ursuline Convent. which will be put into a special needs school, I am asking, we're putting new wine in old skins because, in my opinion, a lot of the plants need refurbishing, fixing to bring in the new wine. We cannot put the new wine in old skins. So before we even think of putting a special needs school there or wherever, I really do think that a lot of the plants need, if you're doing all the robotics and all these things, we need to facilitate and fix those plants.
All right.
So that's my bit for now.
Sandra.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I know that you're on the two committees, and when you start to meet, what will happen is that as a committee, you'll start to work through how we're going to be doing all of those things. What is the best way? What is the best practice, etc., that we need in order to make that work? Coming to the issue of the, all right, this there wants to, okay. Coming to the issue of new wine in old wine skins. This is a challenge that the government is up against. You need hundreds of millions of dollars to really address all of the things that we are addressing now. So that what government has sought to do is to look and see, given all of these priorities that have to be addressed, what is the best way we can apportion the resources we have and start to work on education. So education, for example, is getting about $650 million this year. It's probably one of the largest assignments we've ever had. And then just recently in Parliament, Ryan can back me up, they got a supplementary of education, got a supplementary of about 100 and something million. That we did 2 days ago. How much? Anyhow, some more money was assigned to them. But the challenge of building absolutely new facilities for everybody is going to take time. And what they have just done, they just launched the design program because all of the schools now have to be redone. As you would know, when we teach children, we put them to sit down the way y'all are sitting now, with desks in front of them, which focuses on individual performance, but not collaboration, not cooperation, not teamwork. So it means that all the schools now have to be redesigned to focus on teamwork and collaboration, which means allowing our children to sit in circles and do things together. So they now have to redesign the entire school plan now to support our objectives in education. So what they've planned to do is they're going to design some temporary things that will allow school to still go on while the main school is being totally revamped. So these are the things we're doing, but we have to do it little bit by little bit. As we catch our hand, we'll be able to do more. It would be lovely to give everybody, you know, from the ground up, really nice stuff to begin, but we can't wait for that. We got to start working with our kids now.
Thank you, Sandra. Yes, gentlemen, you be our last question on the floor. Then we have another that we would have gotten in this survey. So yes, please, come and bring your question. We are wrapping up. Our time is still limited here. Come closer to the mic.
Right.
Right.
My question is meant to Mr. Strong. Okay? We have given 2 tax-free budgets in the last 2 years. Are there many people in here, but I've done some economics myself, okay? Are there many people who would understand this country has no natural resources? I'm serious about this. I am worried about it too. No national resources. A lot of things are being paid through the state to people who run off the mouth like nothing. Everybody wants free things and prop the country. How is this country going to go down the line in this vein? You have to share, but because we have no resources. I don't see tourism as a great resource. What's Barbados' resources? Tell me. To me, tourism is not a great resource. It helps Barbados, but it's not the main resource. We don't have agriculture, we don't have gold, nothing at all, oil, nothing at all. My point, how in the next couple of years that you're going to handle this economy with all these paid through the state things, this body have this thing paid through the state, next place there. I want to hear you address that, Mr. Strawn. I want to hear me. I'm saying about paid through the state. I mean all these things that are paid through the state that people get the benefits from. A lot of things that are paid through the state, people have the benefits from, and we don't have this great resources in this country. Is a worry here?
All right. Mr. Strawn will take that last answer. He has another question in the wings. I'm going to ask Colette and Christina to make sure the raffle is ready and put Tarshell on the standby.
Colin, if I understand your question clearly, you said that a number of things are paid through the state. Right, so, no, it's okay, it's okay. So, you heard when Kerry spoke earlier about the balance between what you promise and what obviously you could possibly deliver. And I think we all don't want ever to go back down that road again, because it's okay to want to win an election, but you have to be able to run a country through solid policy thereafter. The last experience of that, you saw promises to public servants of duty-free cars and all types of stuff in the lead up to the 2008 election. People voted on those things, and obviously, whilst no attempt was made to actually deliver on those promises, the reality is that it was the idea that the state would absorb these costs. People voted, and then obviously public policy took a turn that really was not beneficial to anyone. So our focus, and I will preface it in this way. When we speak about, I know the gentleman spoke earlier about the investment in renewable energy. One of the areas that we are pushing very, very hard, and you heard the Prime Minister speak to in relation to mortgages and unlocking mortgages in the economy. The reality is that there are a number of ordinary Barbadians in this country who still need access to housing, and they have the capability to access housing. And the government has, through a public policy initiative, which is HOPE, determined that we will cap the cost of the development of the land, meaning the roads and the water and the infrastructure that is required for housing, in order to ensure then that persons can go to the bank or credit union and unlock those mortgages to construct the houses, which will help deliver on growth. And why is this important? Because when you heard Kerry speak earlier about increasing the level of private investment in the country, the gentleman spoke about the idea that investment means a white man with a briefcase full of money coming into the country. That is not the complete picture for investment in the country. And therefore, the unlocking of the housing market will be one of the key elements for driving growth and increasing the level of investment in the country, because if you're able to achieve the 2,000 houses on average per year being built over the next 5 years, then that is going to be a significant, not just investment, but improvement in people's lives generally across the country. And that's why with the financial literacy program and all of that, we are focusing so heavily on not just that type of investment, but equally small and medium-sized business investment in order to ensure that we can drive the growth. So your question about the state, about things being paid through the state, you can use public policy to unlock opportunities, because once the lands are sold, the house and the property are bought by the individual, then the government is able to recoup that which obviously it had to incur upfront as a mechanism then for driving activity within that specific space. So the growth of the economy through digitization, which will add about 1% of GDP just on cost, on efficiency gains. Government's part in terms of our execution of capital will drive another 2% or so, but we believe that the unlocking of that private investment is where we're going to see a reduction in relation to that. Now, there was a question in relation to water and what is the $45 for the garbage and sewage contribution. Now, let me just indicate that none of us in this country ever want to go back to the days where there's sewage flowing in the streets in Barbados, not any street. And whilst I'm in St. James, no, and none of you are connected, well, I don't think there's anybody in St. James connected to the sewage facilities, not Bridgetown nor the South Coast. The reality is that the government is currently pursuing a course of investment that will upgrade both the Bridgetown as well as the South Coast sewage plant to tertiary, which will mean producing to potable water standards. Now, the reality is that Barbados is water scarce. Last year, for the first time, we had 4 months of water restrictions. First time in the history of Barbados. And therefore, we have, and I'm looking at Peter here in the audience. Peter can tell you that the desalination plant that had to be taken offline in St. Lucie because the salinity in the water was getting much higher, and therefore the design of the desalination plant could not handle the level of salt concentration in order to produce water. So we literally had to move water from Lodge Hill there all the way up to St. Lucie, using the network to be able to move water around the country. Now, why am I saying this in the way that's connected to the GSC? The reality is that the sewage network in Barbados, upgrading to tertiary, is going to add water resources up to 5 to 6 million gallons of water per day for reuse to replenish aquifers, as well as for agricultural purposes in the country. And therefore, given that we are a water scarce country, we are in the dry season now, and as you know, we didn't really have much rain in February. We had a little bit of rain so far, I think in March, a little bit, and the dry season is going to set in even further. And therefore, the need to maintain the sewage plants just on their own right is paramount as a national objective, because when we had those advisories telling people don't come to Barbados because the sewage was flowing in the streets, now where are most of the hotels in Barbados? On the South Coast, of which St. James is a part. So if there are messages telling people don't come to Barbados because there's sewage on the South Coast, then the people on the West Coast can feel it too. The country is going to feel it. So we put the GSC in place for 2 reasons. To finance the Sanitation Service Authority and to make sure that we correct and maintain and expand the sewage network so that it can redound to the benefit of Barbadians. And so I am sure that the Democratic Labour Party or somebody can come and promise you at some point in the future that they want to reduce it and they want to do this and the next and the third. But all I can say to you is that if and when they do that and they actually try to deliver on that, then I want you to remember that for 3 years, sewage was flowing in the streets of Barbados. And therefore, you must have a plan, because I'm not telling you that you can't, but I know what is ahead of us, how it is being financed, because the debt swap that we're doing right now is intended to help us to be able to upgrade those things, and therefore it allows the Barbados Water Authority to continue to maintain the infrastructure that keeps the sewage going where it's supposed to go, and to be able to augment the water supply in the country at a time where we are all seeing that there's less rain. As a matter of fact, not that this is less rain, the rain is falling in a different pattern. It's falling faster, sharper, and therefore there's not much percolation. Most of it is running into the sea because of the velocity. We're trying to do as much rainwater harvesting as possible so that the wells in places like St. Lucie, that the salinity comes back to the level that allows the plants to come back online to produce the water for people in the north in order to help the whole country be able to manage the water resource. So I hope that has answered the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Strawn. We have a raffle. Come forth. Did Ross do the poll? Come, Christina. Delia tapped her watch. Walk fast. Ross is coming too. Ross is our president for St. James Central. He's our Rose between me and Tarshell. And Tarshell come forward. Tarshell will be raising the vote of thanks. So I don't want to thank you beforehand, but we got our money's worth from Ryan this evening, I assure you. So thank you to Mr. Strawn. All right, we had 2 raffles. One, it was Women's Month. It's March. We're catching the back end of it. And I know if Ross holds the other prize, that means he's ineligible to win. All right. He was here from early and he stayed too late. You deserve it. The other one here. Yeah. So hold on. Mr. Strawn and Mr. Hinkson. They want a chance. You don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance. No, we don't, but there's no infighting. I don't know her. I don't know her. He came for free, folks. He came for free. He will always remember St. James, and any time that we call him, he is going to come. Now, don't forget, we have, go ahead, whoever taking the picture, 1978. Whoever, remember, coming up the end of April, we'll be having our Founders Day picnic. Ermyborn done paved too. So please keep in touch with each of your branches and each of your presidents. We look forward to hosting you. We like a convoy. We go down in minibuses, cars, blowing our horns. St. James, we come in. We head down. Again, I think Jefferson said we're heading back to St. Andrew. So I look forward to seeing you all again there. And while the prize giving is ongoing, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Tarshell English, who started us off with a riot, is going to finish us off with a soft close. Tarshell?
Very soft. Thank you so much. It will be a very soft and very quick close. We really want to thank you for joining us this evening at our joint branch meeting. We really want to thank all of you who came all this evening. We want to thank all our MPs, MP Hinkson, MP Husbands, MP Simmons, and we wanted to thank our MP Strawn, who would have come in this afternoon to speak to us on the budget. We also want to especially thank Ms. Applewhite, the president for St. James North, for doing an excellent job as our chair this evening. And for all of you lovely men and women who would have asked your questions and queries, we also want to thank you, and we want to encourage every single one of you who do have additional questions. Remember, a questionnaire was sent in our individual chats, so you can please go on that platform and you can submit your questions. And before we leave, I especially would like to thank the MP from St. Lucie for joining us this evening. I know Mr. Blackman had to leave earlier, but we are so happy that you stayed with us and you endured until this point. I pray all of you get to your various homes safely, have a fantastic week, and as we are preparing for our upcoming activities, we expect to have all of you. Oh yes, and have a blessed, blessed Easter at the end of this week. God bless you. Get home safely. Thank you.
Yes, darling. Thank you. Nervous as hell.